Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez,
Sir.
Gonzalez,
Excused.
Hanson, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston,
Excused.
Lundin, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Gonzalez, Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We have a quorum. Members, I just want to let folks know, Senator Kolker brought his security detail with him today into the chamber. It's a little weird, but we just want to let you know that's why all these individuals following Senator Kolker all day are here. Majority Leader Moreno, would you like to suspend a rule? Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 1, I move to suspend Senate Rule 1B to allow someone other than a senator to recite the pledge.
You have heard the motion. This does require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Rule 1B will be suspended to allow someone other than a senator to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Members, this morning we have Senator Kolker's daughter, Caroline, who is 6 years old. Slightly younger than you, Cindy, on this birthday, and a member of Girl Scout Troop 66597 from Centennial. They are here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and then spend their day off from school learning about state government and touring the Capitol. Please lead us in the pledge. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Approval of the journal. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in honor of Cindy Markwell's birthday, I move that the Senate Journal of Friday, April 21st, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? Wow, not a single one. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. That's the best birthday present you could ask for. Senate Services.
April 24, 2023, correctly printed. Senate Bill 296, correctly engrossed. Senate Bill 64, 75, 92, 148, 198, 248, 261, 262, 274, 278, 282, and 284, correctly re-engrossed. Senate Bills 200 and 259, correctly revised. House Bills 1026, 1042, 1067, 1108, 1187, 1213, 1217, 1224, 1225, and 1228. House Joint Resolution 1021, correctly re-revised. House Bill 1002, 1012, 1024, 1027, 1130, correctly enrolled. Senate Bills 99, 204, and 206.
Message from the House.
April 21st, 2023, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bills 1081 and 1247, amended as printed in House Journal April 19, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bills 1242, 1240, 1222, 1278, 1133, 1199, and 1270, amended as printed in House Journal April 20, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bills 1271. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes Senate Bill 58 and 94, amended as printed in House Journal April 19, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bills 6 and 87.
Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles to all of the bills on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 248, Senators Rodriguez and Liston, Representatives Mabry and Weinberg, concerning consumer protection in certain credit transactions. Senate Bill 278, Senators Simpson and Mullica, Representatives Lindsay and Story, concerning a modification to the requirement that a portion of every capital construction appropriation be allocated for the acquisition of works of art. House Bill 1217, Representative Froelich, Senator Fields, concerning relief for crime victims whose motor vehicles have been towed because of the crime and in connection therewith, requiring the Transportation Legislation Review Committee study the issue and make legislative recommendations. House Bill 1067, Representatives Young and Bradfield, Senators Cutter and Janal, concerning creation of a family and community intervenor program to support children experiencing deaf blindness and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1213, Representatives Young and Bradford, Senator Mullica, concerning the distribution of Stop the Bleed materials to schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1228, Representatives McCluskey and Wolford, Senators Zenzinger and Smallwood, concerning nursing facility reimbursement rate setting and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading consent calendar, which includes Senate Bills 248 and 278, and House Bills 1217, 1067, 1213, and 1228.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all of the bills and the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Baisley.
Good morning, Mr. President. I request to be counted as a no vote on the following three bills. Senate Bill 23-248, House Bill 23-1213, and House Bill 23-1228.
Senator Baisley, you'll be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 248 and House Bills 1213 and 1228. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on 1217.
Senator Pelton R. will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1217. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be a no vote on Senate Bill 248 and House Bill 1228.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 248 and House Bill 1228. Minority Leader Lundy.
Good morning, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 248, House Bill 1217, and House Bill 1067.
Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 248, House Bill 1217, and House Bill 1067. Senator Smallwood.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you. As a birthday present to Secretary Markwell, my gift is to be a no vote on House Bill 23-1217.
This is very thoughtful of you. Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1217. It's the thought that counts. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded a no vote on House Bill 1217.
Senator Rich will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1217. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 23-1217.
Senator Simpson will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1217. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1217.
Senator Pelton B will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1217. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to be counted as a no vote on 1217.
Senator will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1217. With a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 248 is passed. Co-sponsors. This is co-sponsors on Senate Bill 248. Senators Exum, Cutter, Winter, Priola, Henriksen. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 278 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Bridges. This is Senate Bill 278. Senator Buckner. Sullivan. Gonzalez. With a vote of 27 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1217 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Rodriguez, Sullivan, Gonzalez, Priola, Cutter, Zenzinger, Exum, Hansen, Henriksen, Danielson, Buckner. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1067 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Kolker, Buckner, Majority Leader Moreno, Exum, Winter, Zenzinger, Priola. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1213 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Sullivan, Henriksen, Bridges, Janal, Roberts, Exum, Hansen. Priola. Please add the president. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1228 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Malika, Pelton B, Will, Hansen, Janal, Buckner, Cutter, Exum, Pelton R, Marchman. Bridges. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1224?
House Bill 1224, Representatives Brown and Judah, Senator Roberts, concerning changes to the Colorado Standardized Health Benefit Plan Act.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1224 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. For those of you that were maybe indisposed during seconds when we reviewed House Bill 1224, just a few things I want to remind the body, because it's your last chance to vote. More than likely. First of all, again, want to make sure that the bill sponsor is very clear how much I appreciate the work that was done, not only on this bill, but in the prior bill, 1232, that really created the Colorado option. But, colleagues, what we have to face is the reality that what we were promised in the Colorado option, literally in everything that we were promised in the Colorado option, I don't think any of it has come to fruition. And candidly, I think the exact opposite has happened. What we were promised, colleagues, if we were to just pass the Colorado option, just like with virtually every other healthcare initiative that has come from the governor's office, virtually everything regarding healthcare and health insurance that has come from the first floor has ended up in failure. What you were promised with the Colorado option were lower rates. Lower rates this year, lower rates next year, and lower rates the year after that. Not rates staying the same, not rates just going up a little bit. You were promised a reduction in health insurance rates this year. And colleagues, the exact opposite happened. You were promised a 5% reduction in health insurance rates. Rates in the individual market went up 10.4%. 10.4%. What else in the economy went up 10.4%? Rates in the small group marketplace went up over 7%. You were promised a 5% reduction. You got 7.5% to 10.5% as a rate increase. And nobody seems outraged about that, in my opinion. I'm very disappointed that those promises weren't fulfilled. Second thing you were promised was an expansion of the number of health insurance companies, health plans, offering policies to our citizens compared to previous years. A more robust marketplace is what you were promised. You got fewer health insurance companies in our state. Names like Bright Health and Oscar Health and Humana and now Friday, and if they're not careful, Denver Health. All ancient history, colleagues. Not only not more health insurance companies in 2023, but significantly fewer. And remember, it's not like we had a whole cornucopia to choose from in the first place. We already had very few health insurance companies for our citizens to choose from, particularly in rural, resort, and frontier Colorado. And colleagues, you did not get more health insurance companies, you got fewer health insurance companies. And whatever comes in next year, promises that you're hearing about maybe a new carrier finally joining here. Oh, and by the way, how about those co-ops that were now going to be able to proliferate and thrive? What happened to them? So whatever you hear about more companies coming into our state next year, remember, we're already down 4 or 5. So to get one back, we keep taking 1 step forward and 5 steps back. This is an experiment that's gonna fizzle out pretty darn quickly. And you were promised a plan design that was gonna be so innovative, so revolutionary, that our citizens would flock to it because of this value-based plan design and finally addressing racial equity in plan design. And what happened is 85% of the shoppers on the individual marketplace said, no thank you, not interested. We don't like this plan design. And business owners across our state, business owners, all of the minority business owners in our state that finally had a chance to purchase a health insurance policy that was allegedly going to address racial inequities in health plan design, how many of those business owners of color purchased a Colorado option policy? Virtually zero. 140 or 150 unique human beings, unique belly buttons in the state of Colorado, were the only ones that ended up on these policies in the small group space, out of hundreds of thousands. You have to ask yourself why. Why did nobody pick these plans? I would argue it's because the plan designs aren't very good. Now, what you might hear from proponents is that in testimony in committee, that one person stepped up to say that one feature of one of these plans was attractive. And I heard the same thing, and I agreed. I said, thank goodness, there's at least one feature in these three plan designs that were built that at least helped one person out. Thank goodness for that. So they didn't score zero. But colleagues, for us to look at this and say it's anything other than failure, I don't think we're being honest with each other. And when you hear the enrollment, the 30,000 Coloradans, remember, out of 5.8 million, the 30,000 Coloradans that signed up for these plans exceeded the goal. What in the world was the goal? When 0 enrollees, roughly, in the small group environment sign up, and 30,000, 15% in the individual market, most of who were lured there by mapping on the exchange, in my opinion anyways. To exceed expectations with an F rating makes me ask, how low were the expectations set? Maybe for next year's open enrollment, we should say the goal is 2 people signing up. That way, if we get 30,000, we could say, look, we got tens of thousands more than our goal. And who set the goal? 15% success rate in the individual market is not a success. 0% rounding, what are we, maybe 0.01% of small groups signing up for this is not a good metric of success. Promise lower choices, or promise lower rates, you got higher rates. Oh, and I didn't mention, for those who weren't here on seconds, when we say higher rates, if you want to say, well, rates went up, what rates went up everywhere? That would be accurate, more or less. But Colorado's rates, if you're a 40-year-old purchasing a silver plan in the state of Colorado, your costs went up more than anybody in any state in the union other than Georgia. We were the second most expensive state for health insurance for that 40-year-old purchasing a silver tiered plan. You were promised lower rates. Not only did you get higher rates, but other than our good friends in Georgia, we got the highest rates with this grand experiment. It's failure. We were promised more insurance companies to choose from. You got about half as many as you had last year. That's failure.
Senator Smallwood, would you like to go in your next 10 minutes?
I would, Mr. President, if I could.
Proceed.
and you were promised a plan design so revolutionary, so impactful, that our residents would be streaming in to buy these plans, and you got 15% take-up rates in the individual market and virtually zero in the small group market. Again, colleagues, failure. Everything the first floor touches in the world of healthcare and health insurance has failed you. You were promised reinsurance. Reinsurance going to lower the cost for health insurance buyers across our state. If we would just sign up for the reinsurance bill and vote yes on it. What happened after that? Less than 2 years later, they had to come to this body and say, we need another bill to buoy reinsurance. So that's where we came up with the health insurance affordability tax. So now all of our purchasers got taxed in order to shore up reinsurance. If we just voted for that, then reinsurance would be shored up and we wouldn't need to worry about reinsurance anymore. And those of you on the JBC, those of you that pay attention to our budget, what happened this year with reinsurance? Anybody know what happened to reinsurance this year? Another $10 million of general fund on top of the first bill, on top of the health insurance affordability, now another $10 million worth of taxes. Anybody here run legislation that needed $10 million and you were told we didn't have in the budget? We had it for reinsurance. Again, promises from the first floor. Just listen to us. We know what we're doing here. Prescription Drug Affordability Board 2 years ago. Just vote for this. Prescription drugs. We'll have this board established. Going to manage all the cost of prescription drugs. Finally, we're going to see some relief in the cost of prescription drugs. What's happened in 2 years with the Prescription Drug Affordability Board? Nothing. Not a single drug has been reviewed. Not a single drug is on that upper payment limit. We'll talk about that later today. Importation. First floor says, we're going to get all this fixed 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Just pass this bill and we're going to import drugs from Canada. And then the very next year, okay, it's not going to be just Canada. It's going to be all these other countries. We're going to import all these really affordable drugs and we're going to save all this money. Just listen to us. Vote for this. What's happened in the 4 or 5 years? How many of you have received a single legal drug from a different country that you didn't have to drive or fly to go obtain? Promises, promises, promises from the first floor. Just listen to us. We're going to make everything right for you. Failure, failure, failure. At some point, colleagues, somebody in this body has got to put their foot down and say that, and just state the obvious, that everything we're hearing from this administration when it comes to health care and health insurance, we've got the exact opposite. So mercifully, what House Bill 1224 does now is very little to stop the bleeding, but also at least no longer a doubling down of this failed concept. In fact, I like a lot of the amendments to include a broader stakeholder process when it comes to how these plans are shown on Connect for Health, so that our consumers are no longer going to be artificially lured into purchasing these overpriced Colorado option plans that the vast majority of citizens in our state should not be on, and they certainly shouldn't be lured into them. Remember, we talked about OmniSalud. Those poor folks, that was their only choice, even if it was more expensive. Think of how many more people we could have helped with OmniSalud if we'd actually picked the less expensive alternative. Gotten a better plan for less money. Could have helped hundreds, if not thousands, more Coloradans with that. So I'm asking for somebody who has more votes, quite honestly, somebody who has more pull, somebody that's got their fingers on the purse strings maybe, to say enough of this. Enough of this, it's not working. None of it's working. None of it has worked. The only thing we've successfully done is shoveled taxpayer monies from my district and those of you who represent Denver and Boulder and Colorado Springs and Pueblo, we've done nothing other than shovel our constituents' money to rural, frontier, and resort Colorado via the reinsurance fund. That's all you've done, transferred money. What's going to happen when your citizens find that out? Simple transfers of wealth. That's all that this administration has successfully done in the 7 years that I've been here. And again, I don't have the votes to stop any of it. It's going to be up to other members of this body to finally step up, to finally find your voices and say, we are tired of failed experiments. So I'd love for you to put a marker in the ground now. Start with House Bill 1224. Tell the first floor we're done with this. Come up with something different and stop wasting our time and wasting our money. Thank you, colleagues.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the good senator from Parker for your comments and for the comments on Friday. Respectfully, most of what the good senator just spoke of is not in relation to House Bill 1224, and most of it not even in relation to the Colorado option. But I do take his comments to heart. Let me just respond to a few things briefly. First, the Colorado option is not a failure. And to stand up here in year one of a 3-year, deliberately intended 3-year plan and say something's a failure in year one is not fair and not true. What happened in the first year is, in fact, that 63 out of Colorado's 64 counties had a Colorado option plan on the market for their citizens to choose. A choice, not a mandate, a choice for them to choose if they wanted it. 87% of Coloradans, when they went to enroll for health insurance this past fall, 87% had access to a cheaper health insurance plan this year than they had last year. Thanks to the affordability fund that this body has created and thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act that the Congress passed last year. 87% of Coloradans are now enrolled in health insurance at a cheaper cost this year than they got last year, thanks to the Colorado option and thanks to other programs that this body and the U.S. Congress has passed. That's a big improvement. 87% had a cheaper plan this past year. It's good for my district. I think it's good for everybody's district. And 38,000 Coloradans today are enrolled in a Colorado option plan that would not have been enrolled in that plan and likely not enrolled in any insurance at all if we hadn't passed House Bill 1232 in 2021. The comments of the good senator from Parker about insurance companies leaving Colorado and prices going up, that's true. That has nothing to do with the Colorado option. Those insurance companies left Colorado for reasons that are publicly stated as not having to do anything with the Colorado option. They left states, Bright Insurance left 15 states, not just Colorado. Every sector of our economy has experienced inflation. Costs go up because of that. Certainly medical costs go up because of that. But what else do you think is driving the increased cost of health insurance in our state? Hospital profits? Insurance profits, maybe? Pharmaceutical profits? Georgia didn't pass a public option, and their prices went up higher than ours, as the good senator noted. Certainly not because of the Colorado option. Again, this is year one of an intended 3-year rollout of the Colorado option. And this bill in front of you today, House Bill 1224, makes some very important changes that will make the plan more fair. It will account for inflation better. It will make the stakeholder process more transparent and fair. But ultimately, it will mean that more people will be able to enroll in the Colorado option in year 2 and year 3, and there will be more savings for Coloradans because of that. Colleagues, this is about humans getting the security of health insurance so that they can go to the doctor when they need to. People in the Colorado option right now don't have to pay a copay anymore to get to their behavioral health care provider or their primary care physician. Women across the state don't have to pay a copay anymore for prenatal or postnatal health because of the Colorado option. It is working as intended, and House Bill 1224 makes needed improvements in year one of a 3-year plan, and I'd ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1224. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1224 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Henriksen, Buckner, Cutter, Priola, Fields, Sullivan, Coleman. Please have the President. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 261?
Senate Bill 261, Senators Danielson and Exum, Representatives Duran and Wilford, concerning the creation of the Direct Care Workforce Stabilization Board to develop recommendations regarding direct care workers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 261 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 261. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 261 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mullica, Janal, Sullivan, Winter, Buckner, Cutter, Priola, Marchman, Jaquez Lewis, Coleman, Gonzalez, Colker, Fields, Bridges. Please have the President. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1187?
House Bill 1187, Representatives Bacon and Amabile, Senators Gonzalez and Fields, concerning alternatives in the criminal justice system for pregnant persons.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. This mic works again. We move House Bill 1187 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Depends who's using it. Sometimes I press this button if I don't like what's been said. That's actually what the problem was this whole time.
Glad to be
Just
on the
joking.
good side today this morning.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1187. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1187 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Buckner, Priola, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Rodriguez, Colker, Majority Leader Moreno, Coleman, Exum, Danielson. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1225?
House Bill 1225, Representatives Drew, Kennedy, and Dixon, Senators Jaquez Lewis and Buckner, concerning the Prescription Drug Affordability Board in connection therewith, modifying the affordability review process, allowing the board to establish upper payment limits for an additional number of prescription drugs, clarifying which board functions are subject to judicial review, authorizing an individual to request an independent external review of a denial of a request for benefits for a prescription drug that has been withdrawn from sale or distribution in the state, and extending the repeal date of the board.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1225 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, I'm up here to say no. We should vote no. I know people are shocked. Even our newest resident psychic senator, good senator from Longmont, Erie, Lafayette, somewhere over in Boulder County. 1225. Here's why I'm a no vote, and why everyone should be a no vote. This board, this bill, this PDAB was put in place 2021. 2021. They've had 2 years to get their act together. And yet here we are. They haven't done anything except, well, they created 5 rules in 2 years. They set their council up. Good for them. The governor did get it in gear, and he got their council set up by October. They had 6 months to do that. Apparently, they got that done. I'm not sure if they got it on time, but they did get it done. 5 rules. And then this fall, we heard from the sponsors, this fall, 2 years and 6 months later, they will finally get 1 drug reviewed. Finally, out of 12. Yet here we are with a bill that says, look, when it started off, the originally as introduced said we want unlimited. Well, we had that argument 2 years ago. And they told us in committee 2 years ago that they couldn't get unlimited done, and that's how we got it capped down to 12. Well, apparently they can't get 12 done either. And now here we are saying, okay, well, we didn't get unlimited when we introduced it, so now we want to get up to 18. Once we get our 12 done, we'll get up to 18. Oh, and oh, by the way, we'll need an extension. We haven't been able to get anything done in the last 2 years, but we'll need an extension. No accountability. We don't want accountability. We don't want to have to come back in front of y'all in 3 years and say, oh, we still don't have hardly anything done. So they want that extended out now another 5 years. That's the problem with this bill. They got caps increased on this bill from 12 to 18 when they did nothing. Not going to get a rule review, no upper payment limit, no saving people money on their prescription drugs, supposedly. Nothing. But we need an extension. What we need is accountability, and what we need is for this board to get their act together, get it in gear, and start getting their job done. And here's what else. Here's an amendment, their fiscal note that says no appropriation. No appropriation. Well, back in 2021, they told us they needed nearly $1 million, $850,000 approximate dollars, 3 FTE to be able to get this done. They told us they could get it done. Then this last year, they had the audacity, the Commissioner of Insurance had the audacity to come in front of the Joint Budget Committee and ask for a whole bunch of money. They asked for 4 more FTE, and they asked for $260,000 so that they could go out and purchase data sets and get a consultant. Now, I thought we had that covered in 2021. You wouldn't think they'd need more money for data sets, more money for consultants, more FTE for a board that hasn't done anything. Yet, they asked for more money. And then, truth and fiscal note, no appropriation this year. No appropriation on this bill. That's absurd. They told us they had enough money in 2021. They come back in 2023 and say, oh, we didn't have enough money. And the specific reason, part of the reason that they were asking, the Division of Insurance was asking for additional staff and more consulting fees and more data fees is because of the PDAB board. Yet, they put a bill out, introduced, say, elimination of the cap, no appropriation. Where's the accountability? Where's the transparency? Where's the truth in putting out a fiscal note? I almost hope that the Division of Insurance, or HICPUF, comes forward again next year during the Joint Budget Committee hearings and says they need FTE. Because I will be pulling out the fiscal note from 1225, and I will be pulling out the fiscal note from 175, and then I'll be pulling out the report that is due on July 1st of this year that says they are supposed to be providing the number of prescription drugs that were subjected to an affordability review by the board pursuant to this section. And it'll be real easy. There are none. 0. The number of prescription drugs, all they have to do is just write 0. They can put letter B, a 0. This will be a real short report. C, a list of each prescription drug for which the board established an upper payment limit pursuant to this subsection in the bill, including the amount of the upper payment limit. Well, this is easy. This report is like going to be a half-page long. They could put C and say 0, 0, 0 prescription drugs for which the board has established an upper payment limit. We've been in existence over 2 years now, but we don't have anything, nothing. and they want an extension. This bill gives them a 5-year extension. They don't deserve an extension. What they deserve to be is held accountable. They told us 2 years ago in committee they were going to review these drugs, they were going to set upper payment limits, and everybody was going to get cheaper drugs, cheaper prescription drugs. We were told that they need more time to recruit board members. Well, no, they don't. They said they have them all now. They said this was the hardest working board around. Come on. Come on. 2 years and you've done 5 rules? It's time to get collect the data. It's time to hold this board accountable. It's time to let Healthcare Policy and Finance and the Division of Insurance and the Department of Regulatory Agencies, it's time to let them know they need to start giving us fiscal notes that are truthful, that are forthcoming, that actually identify what they need. And it's time for the Prescription Drug Affordability Board to get their act together, to get their job done, and start reviewing drugs and tell us how they're going to save people money. Because in committee, I said I didn't believe they would be able to. I said all they were going to do is limit people's access to certain prescription drugs, not necessarily make it affordable. And so far, they're proving me right. So I urge a no vote on House Bill 1225, because again, we should not be giving them additional time. Not when they haven't gotten their job done. No more additional time. They haven't gotten their job done. Let's hold them accountable. That's our job. We're supposed to be holding them accountable, not letting them off the hook. They said they were going to get this done. They haven't done it. It'll be 2.5 years after the passage of the bill. It'll be 2 years after the governor was required to set the council before they even start reviewing one drug. They don't need to increase their cap. They don't need to extend their time for a sunset review. They need to get the job done. I urge a no vote on 1225. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to point out 2 things. I do completely agree that I am very excited about this board actually coming together and reducing the price of prescription drugs. I would like for it to be faster. However, we did pass this bill after several other states passed a bill along these lines, and yet we are further ahead in the process than those other states. We passed this bill in 21. The fiscal note only went out to 22-23. We're talking now about the 23-24 fiscal year. So there has not been a major violation of the fiscal note as drafted. Just want to make sure that that is clear and on the record. And again, appreciate the desire to have this board move quickly. But I would rather they ready, aim, fire than ready, fire, aim. And I appreciate the care and thoughtfulness that they are putting into ensuring that we do this right. Thank you.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so glad the senator from Greenwood Village came up and talked about this. Literally, this has been the best start to my week for the entire session. And for a whole myriad of reasons, but the reason this week is because what you heard from the well is we can't wait for this board to get started so we can start saving people money on prescription drugs. We're going to start saving. That's what we're going to do. Once this board is ready, a couple more years, once this board's ready, then we're going to start saving people money on prescription drugs. And I should also say, the senator from Weld County and I, our JVC member, she and I agree on most things. But I will say, I think I disagree when she says she doesn't like certain things about this particular bill. Because I would say the worst thing about this bill is the entire concept from the ground floor. Not even to mention this bill. The very premise of this bill is something that I think all of you, unless you're already on Medicare or you're going to go on Medicaid, if you're on a commercial policy, in my opinion, you should be extremely worried that this board even exists in the first place. Because Colorado, because of this bill, is one of very few states who have established an unelected panel of human beings who will get to potentially make the decision as to what prescription drugs you, your friends, your family are even allowed to purchase in the state of Colorado. That's the whole concept of this bill. So when you hear somebody come up and say, once this board gets going, we're going to save money on prescription drugs, I would say, how? How are we going to save money on prescription drugs? Well, let me walk you through this process so you know exactly how money is going to be saved on prescription drugs. Here's how it works. We create a panel of unelected bureaucrats. Step one. Step two, unelected bureaucrats get together and determine unilaterally what drugs they feel, in their sole discretion, what drugs they feel are affordable and what drugs they feel are unaffordable. They don't ask you about the medical condition that you have or that your grandmother has or that your father has or that your sister has and whether or not it's worth it to you and your family to pay for that drug. They don't ask that question. They don't get citizens together and say, what's it worth to you to have the lifestyle that you have today? They determine what is affordable and what is unaffordable. And once they do that in their sole discretion, then they set an upper payment limit. And they will be the ones that say, and by the way, the way the original bill was drafted, they could look at as many drugs as they wanted to. Now, at least mercifully, we've got it narrowed down. Then once this panel of unelected bureaucrats determines the upper payment limit, then they convene some sort of hearing, right? A tribunal. And they parade in the drug companies and ask those drug companies whether or not they intend to continue to sell the product that they have developed that might be saving your life or the life of your family member. They parade the drug companies in and ask if they intend to continue to sell that drug in the state of Colorado at this arbitrary level that the unelected bureaucrats have dictated. That's what happens next. So now, colleagues, Coloradans, now we're at a fork in the road. The drug companies can either make a business decision, I'm assuming a lousy business decision, but maybe not, make a business decision to go to this minute group of unelected bureaucrats and say, you know what, you're right, we can sell this drug for less. We don't know what we were thinking before. You're right, you're way smarter than we are. We're going to go ahead and continue to sell the drug, but we're going to sell it just in the state of Colorado, 360 million Americans, but for the 5.8 million Coloradans, you're so special that we're going to do something different just for Colorado, because that's how drug companies stay in business, by making brilliant decisions like this. Or they can say, you know what, we're not going to make a lousy business decision for the 5.8 Coloradans. We're going to make the same business decision for the 5.8 million Coloradans that we make for the other 350 million, 360 million Americans. And what we heard in committee was, well, Senator, that's just corporate greed if that happens. Well, is it? Can we make that same argument about virtually anything else in society that we deem is expensive? Surgical procedures, gas prices, rent, medical equipment, greeting cards sold on the internet? What board of unelected bureaucrats gets to tell industry in Colorado what is affordable for electronic greeting cards sold in our state and what isn't affordable electronic greeting cards sold in our state? But here's what you have to think. To answer the question that I think was posed by the senator from Greenwood Village, we're going to start saving money. How are we going to do that? Well, in that fork in the road, if you truly believe that a global multi-billion-dollar drug company is going to nod their heads and say, you know what, that unelected, unaccountable board in Colorado, they really made a good point. We are going to start selling drugs for less for those 5.8 million Coloradans. Then you have your answer. The Prescription Drug Affordability Board has worked. It has saved Coloradans money on their prescription drugs. Or maybe you're less of an optimist, like me, and think, A, I don't want a board of unelected bureaucrats telling me what drugs me and my family are allowed to have in the state of Colorado. Or maybe you think, yeah, that might be okay, but we'll just make do without those drugs in the state of Colorado. Because that's the natural course of events if the drug company says no. We're not going to sell to Colorado for a lower price than we sell across the rest of the country, or for that matter, across the rest of the world. Then where are we, colleagues? This isn't a hypothetical. This isn't some fantasy. This is how this bill is designed. It is designed to get to that fork in the road where prescription drug companies have to decide whether or not they are going to sell drugs in the state of Colorado at or below the upper payment limit that the unelected board of bureaucrats has arbitrarily, unilaterally decided on. That's how the whole thing works. That's the only way it works. And if you, your family member, your loved one has a medication on that list at the upper payment limit or higher, then no pharmacy is even allowed to stock it in the state of Colorado. It can't even be brought into the state of Colorado. So if you want that drug, if you need that drug, if your family member feels they need that drug, then, as far as I see it, they only have one alternative. Get in your car, if you have one, fill it full of gas, if you have the money, drive to a different state, assuming you have the freedom, flexibility financially to take time off of work to do so, or if you're in the physical condition to be able to do so, or you have somebody in your sphere of friends and family who can do all of those things, you get in your car or you get on a plane and you go to a different state. Where guess what? In 45 of them or 47 of them, you're going to be able to get the medication that is either going to save your life, save your family's life, or save their lifestyle. And the patient gets to make that decision, not an unelected board. As far as I see it.
Senator Smallwood, would you like to go into your second 10 minutes?
Mr. President, I would.
Please.
And if you don't believe me, if you think this is just histrionics, then you answer the question. How else does it work that we save money on prescription drugs in the state of Colorado with this Prescription Drug Affordability Board? How else does it work? Colleagues, it only works two ways. Get to the fork in the road. The drug companies either say, yes, Colorado is so special, we're going to lower rates just for people in the state of Colorado. Or we wake up from our fantasy and say, no, that's not going to happen. The prescription drug manufacturers have set the drugs the way they have for a reason. And they're not going to be willing to sell at or below the upper payment limit, meaning you don't get the drugs. And what is your recourse as the patient? We also heard this in committee. This was hilarious. What's the recourse? I've got the bill, Senate Bill 21-175, page 20. Colorado prescription drugs. So if anybody tells you there's an appeals process and that you can get around decisions of the board, I'm going to read it to you. So you're positive you know what the answer is when somebody tells you there's an appeals process. A person aggrieved by a decision of the board may appeal the decision within 60 days after the decision is made. The board shall consider the appeal and shall issue a final decision concerning the appeal within 60 days after the board receives the appeal. Page 20 of the bill. That's what it says. You cool with waiting 60 days for the unelected bureaucrats to make a decision whether or not they think you're right or not? Do you know how many days we give insurance companies who make the same decisions? What's the patient rights? I don't know if we have any pharmacists in the room or not, but if we did, what's the appeal time for an insurance company? Like 1 day. 1 day, colleagues. If you have private insurance, right, the big bad insurance companies, we give them 1 day to respond to an appeal like this. 1 day. But for our special board, 60 days. That's how long you and your family get to languish without the medication that you feel is important to you. 60 days. This is dangerous. I'm glad the board is moving at a glacier-like pace. When we say it's good rate, this is where the senator from Weld County and I disagree. She likes it when we allocate a ton of money and expect people to do something and they actually do it. Novel idea. I like it when a board who's about to do something cataclysmic doesn't do it at all. They operate on such a snail's pace, maybe they'll be merciful and never make one of these idiotic decisions to take drugs away from you and your family members. So I hope the board never does anything. The whole concept, I would say, is absurd, but I would never use that word here in the well. What it is it's dangerous. And you should just hope that when that board makes that decision, that it's not a drug that you want or that you need or that your friends or that your family want that drug or need that drug. Because it will not be in the state of Colorado for you to purchase. So I pray that you have transportation. I pray that it's reliable. I pray that it's affordable. Because once the board starts making these decisions, that's what you'll be facing. You need to vote no, in my opinion, on House Bill 1225, and that's exactly where I'm going to be. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ohio, Maine, New Hampshire, Maryland, Oregon, Washington. This is a red and blue issue. Those states actually passed, all except one, actually passed a PDAB or a form of a PDAB before Colorado. What the difference is, we are the first state in the country to pass the upper payment limit, because that is the enforcement mechanism that we need. That's what this board will have to help make prescription drugs affordable for Coloradans. What this bill is doing is fine-tuning what we passed 2 years ago. We are the trendsetters for the country. We have to get this right. The 5 major rules that they passed are now the standard for the other states. The advisory board that has 21 members, including pharma, is now the standard for the rest of the country. The appeals process that you heard about is adding a drug to the UPL. It's not stopping anyone from getting their medication. That's a totally different appeals process. That's when you're waiting to get a drug in a pharmacy. This is very different from that. It takes a while to acquire data, and that's what this board has been working on. They've been meeting every 6 weeks. This is one of the hardest working boards that we have in Colorado. It takes 8 months. We have to give 8 months for carriers to set up getting their data so we can prove that we have cost savings. That's why we need the additional time. This board was appointed on time. The advisory council was set up on time. We're playing catch up with the rest of the world. Every other country in the world has a PDAB or has a drug evaluation. We are paying for drugs, for prescription drugs, for the rest of the world right now as Americans and as Coloradans. And if you're worried about drugs suddenly disappearing from Colorado, are they suddenly disappearing from other countries? Nope, not at all. Talk about corporate greed. That is exactly what's going on in the United States. Pharmaceutical manufacturers charge the most to anyone in the world here in the United States. If they were going to pull their drugs off the market, they would have done it in Germany, that charges less, in Italy, in Spain, in the UK, that has 2 evaluation committees. They have NICE and they have the EMEA. In other countries, they negotiate the price down and they do not pull these life-saving medications off the market. Psoriasis drugs, RA drugs, $5,000 a month here in the United States, $600 a month in Canada. That's what PDAB is about. The reason why you're seeing such pushback, the reason why you're hearing such harsh language is because this is one of the most profitable companies, industries in the world. We're talking pharmaceutical manufacturers. The data that you heard on Friday, it was all produced by pharma. That's why they're pushing back. One of the highest lobbied bills in 2021 was Senate Bill 175. It was PDAB. Millions of dollars spent to lobby against that bill. Colleagues, let's not be fooled who's behind this. This is pharma pushing back because they know that we are setting the trend for the rest of the country. And I hope Washington gets the message because they need to be doing this. We do not need to be the only country in the world doing this. So please, let's save money for Coloradans. We know we can do it. It's proven every other country does it. Please vote aye on 1225.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I heard this bill in committee, and I'll tell you one of the main concerns I had with it, listening to testimony, was that how will the innovation of developing life-saving drugs stall? And I heard that loud and clear, and there was witnesses that talked about the, not millions of dollars, but billions of dollars that are spent on research and development for new drugs. We're all about trying to save people money in healthcare and all that, but also research and development is huge to me. You know, we need innovation and new drugs to treat new ailments that people have. And so that was one of the reasons that I'll be a no on the bill, is it really concerned me about the innovation of new drugs and the research and development. And I thought this would stymie that, and maybe the innovation of those new drugs that who knows, we might need tomorrow or next year or whatever, one of us. So I ask for a no vote on the bill. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow. I'll tell you why I'm pushing back. I'm pushing back because in committee in 2021, one of my first committees I was in that asked for a senatorial 5. We took over 12 hours, 3 of which was in a senatorial 5, which I found shocking because I thought 5 meant 5, but apparently it doesn't. I learned a couple weeks ago it doesn't mean 5 either. It means 3. 3 hours. So I'm pushing back because in that committee, I learned very early on. People like to tell you they're going to do something and then they don't get it done. And then they don't do it. I didn't support the bill 175 in 2021. But in their bill, after, I don't know, 50 amendments, we were there till 2 in the morning. Everyone was exhausted. They're likely, I felt pity for them and didn't introduce 4 or 5 more amendments that I had. Because people couldn't even keep their eyes open. But in their bill, and what they told us, is that the board shall perform affordability reviews of prescription drugs. The board shall establish upper payment limits. The board shall make policy recommendations to the General Assembly. The board shall, on or before March 15th of 2023, that on or before March 15th, 2023, each state entity and each carrier is supposed to be giving us a report describing the savings achieved during the preceding plan year. That doesn't imply that, oh, we're going to take 4 years to review one drug. That's not what that implies. This is why I'm pushing back. They gave us a story in 2021. They told us a story. They said, we're going to get this done. We're going to be first. Well, they are first. First in not getting the job done. They said they were going to have it done. In fact, they put in their bill, March 15th, 2023. We should have already had something by now. People were supposed to be reporting, especially a state entity, was supposed to be reporting preceding plan year for each prescription drug for which the board established an upper payment limit. That's what they said. They implied, and they told us in committee in 2021, we're going to be first. We're going to get going. We want to do all of these drugs and review them all. They've done nothing. They've done not one review. They also said, this is their bill. This is what they told us in 2021, that by July 1st of 2023, that's this year, that is this year. This year, the board shall submit a report to the governor, the Health and Insurance Committee of the House of Reps, and the Health and Human Services Committee of the Senate, or their successor committees, summarizing the activities of the board during the preceding calendar year. 5 rules from the hardest working committee that we have. 5 rules. They got their board set up. They are supposed to be telling us on July 1st, this is what they said they were going to get done. Number of prescription drugs that were subjected to an affordability review. Answer 0. A list of each prescription drug for which the board established the upper payment limit. Answer still 0. The impact of the upper payment limits established by the board. Nothing, because they haven't done any. So they said in their bill in 2021 that they were going to get this done, and that sunset review us in 5 years, hold us accountable. Now, when they haven't done what they said they were going to do, what they implied they were going to do, what they kept me there for over 12 hours saying all this stuff about, now they need another 5 years because they don't think the General Assembly should ever hold them accountable. I think we should. And as for the comment from the good senator from Greenwood Village who sits on the Joint Budget Committee with me, no violation of a fiscal note as drafted. Wow, that's incredible. Would that be the fiscal note from Senate Bill 175 or the fiscal note from 1225? because I'd really like to know, and I just wish it was really good, if the good senator from Greenwood Village was in here so he could come in and answer the question. Because I will be asking that question next year during the briefing, during the hearing, during the figure setting. No violation of a fiscal note as drafted. House Bill 1225 says no appropriation required. None, zero. Senate Bill 175 asks for approximately $850,000. For a board that is so darn hardworking, I want to know what I'm getting for $81,000 a month, other than 5 rules. That's why I'm pushing so hard. 2021, they said they needed $850,000. 2023, to go to unlimited, they say they need zero appropriation. During this last budget cycle, they came in and requested, they meaning the state, Division of Insurance, because I didn't even talk about the Attorney General's office and legal services. But the Division of Insurance came in and said, we need $750,000 more to do 21,175. And now this year, no appropriation to go to unlimited drugs reviewed. No appropriation. So I would really like to hear from the good senator from Greenwood Village, when he says there's no violation of fiscal note as drafted, which fiscal note he's talking about. Because there was a violation with regard to 175 in 2021. And if he's saying there's no violation and they don't need any additional money for 1225, I'd like to hear that so that I can make a record of it and I can bring it up at the Joint Budget Committee when they come in to ask us for more money. Because in 1225, they said no appropriation. That is why I'm pushing back. They have cost us $81,000 a month for taxpayers to get nothing done other than pass 5 rules. Great. Hardworking? And if this is the hardest working board in the state, I better go start researching all of those other boards that we have. I don't know the number, but I'm sure there's quite a few. And we better go start figuring out what they're doing. If you only have to pass 5 rules in 2 years period and not do your job and not review anything, I don't think that's hardworking. It cost me $81,000 a month. For what? I urge a no vote.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm enjoying this debate on third reading. We all are. And I got lost for a minute because page 20 kept coming in, and I'm looking at this bill that Sonia Hawkes Lewis, Senator Hawkes Lewis, where are you from? Longmont, the good senator from Longmont. I keep saying, this bill doesn't have 20 pages. The bill that we're working on right now only has 9. But in all sincerity and all honesty, I want to defend this board a little bit because we have a lot of experts on this board and they're moving along thoughtfully and they've really worked hard. And, you know, we're trying to engage as many stakeholders as possible throughout this process. And we're working much faster than some of the other states who are implementing PDAB. They're looking at us. It's a complicated process, lots of data. And we want to take time to do it right. And my main purpose for being a co-prime sponsor of this bill is I have too many constituents, and there are too many Coloradans who can't afford their medications right now. And I can't believe how many of my constituents are texting me, emailing me, telling me that they're even cutting their medication in half so they can afford the medication and make it last longer. That's unacceptable. And I wish we could have moved faster, but we didn't, and we acknowledge that. But we are going to make a huge difference for many, many of our constituents and those in Colorado. So that's why we are asking for an aye vote on this very important bill.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1225. And unelected, unaccountable bureaucracy setting the pricing on life-saving and life-changing drugs instead of patients and marketplaces finding the stasis that serves the most people the most effectively. What could possibly go wrong? Now, you've heard some arguments from the good government side of the aisle saying, "Dadgummit, this board needs to be more efficient. It needs to do its job. We can't believe they haven't even got off the dime. They're not doing what they've been called to do." And I, quite frankly, hope that they never get off the dime, that they never do the work that they are setting out to do, because the evidence is in. You've heard from this podium, from the sponsors and proponents of the bill, well, every other country, we want to be like every other country. What's going on in every other country? The evidence is in. Drug scarcity boards are, in fact, having an impact. The data is here. It's visible. Of the 19 new cardiovascular medicines approved globally since 2012, what percentage are available abroad? Every other country, except the United States, the United Kingdom, 58% availability. Japan, 58%. Germany, 63%. France, 37%. Canada, 37%. Australia, 32%. United States of America, a beacon of light for marketplaces, innovation, life-changing and life-saving medications, more than double, almost triple in some cases, 79%. Of the 13 new respiratory medicines approved globally since 2012, what percentage are available globally? Well, let's look and see what the data says about controlled bureaucratic pricing and what it's done to availability of respiratory medicines. UK, 85%, Japan, 46%, Germany, 85%, France, 77%, Canada, 69%, Australia, 69%. 100% availability in the beacon of freedom and marketplace, United States of America. Of the 69 new anti-infectives and antiviral drugs approved globally since 2012, what is the data tell us the availability looks like? 69 or 62% Britain, 46% Japan, 58% Germany, 65% France, 41% Canada, 41% Australia, 86% United States of America. If we were to translate that into real numbers, I don't know what they are, but the delta between 62% and 86% in France, or even worse, 41% Canada, 86% United States, twice as much availability in the United States of antivirals. How many people do not have access? The drugs are not made available because of unelected, unaccountable boards instead of marketplaces establishing pricing. Of the 123 new cancer medicines, the big C, we all worry and wonder, when will it affect me? We have friends in this body who have suffered and fought with the help of life-changing, life-saving medicines. And they're here to serve with us today, and I'm glad that they are. Globally, availability of medicines that heal people from cancer. I'm going to start with the United States on this one. 93% availability. Britain, 56. Japan, 54. Germany, 71. France, 64. Canada, 59. Australia, 38. Again, United States, 93. Almost 3 times the availability of cancer intruding, cancer killing, life-saving drugs. Broadly, of the 460 new medicines approved globally since 2012, what do the percentages look like? Here's the summary statement. A drug affordability board that chooses by virtue of the theory that I'm from the government, I'm here to help you, I've got a PhD, I'm smarter than you are, I can outwit a marketplace, the wisdom of crowds can be dismissed because I'm here to save the day. I mean, that's essentially the position we're putting these board members in. 460 new medicines approved globally since 2012. Adoption or availability in the United Kingdom, 59%, Japan, 51, Germany, 61, France, 50, Canada, 44, Australia, 34. Here in the United States, 84%. I tell you what, colleagues, it's rough and tumble at times, but the wisdom of crowds, the animal spirits of marketplaces, the innovation that comes, especially in this case, it is innovation that is saving lives today that would have been lost 10 years ago, 20 years ago. How dare we deign to claim we're smarter, that an unelected, unaccountable bureaucracy will find a better pathway forward than all the best minds and all the people who care to have access to these medicines? I urge your opposition to 1225. To the board, we offered up an amendment that basically said, as written, the prior law gave you 3 general assemblies, the life cycle of 3 sets of 2-year general assemblies to get it done, and you're now asking for more time, and you still haven't produced one response. I love it. Take your time. Take your time. We'd prefer you just not weigh in. Let's let the marketplace answer this question. Let's save lives. Let's change lives. Let's not try and make policy king and physician over us all. I urge your opposition to 1225. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1225. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Zinzinger, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Gardner, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1225 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Priola, Cutter. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 274?
Senate Bill 274, Senators Winter, F. and Representative Dixon and Lindstedt, concerning water quality regulation in the state and in connection therewith, transferring fee-setting authority to the Water Quality Control Commission and modifying the membership of the commission.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 274, and I request permission for a 3rd reading amendment.
Will you please explain the need for a 3rd reading amendment, Senator Winter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. During second debates, we added an amendment that we are working on with the Attorney General's office. It's an incredibly important conversation to talk about enforcement of our water quality laws. However, at this time, this is not the right time or the place or the right bill to add in this language, and so I'm removing that amendment to move forward with where the coalition is in the agreement that was reached, and so I would like to be able to offer that 3rd reading amendment.
The question before the body is Senator Winter's request for permission to offer a 3rd reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read Amendment L005 to 274?
Amendment L005 by
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L005.
To L005. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. This removes L004, which is maybe why my colleagues are standing next to me.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer, on the amendment. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the good senator from Westminster. Appreciate that, because we weren't paying attention. And I didn't hear it when you said that you were going to give the Attorney General broad, sweeping, vague authority. And that's what we are concerned about, because this would impact a lot of people. It would greatly impact agriculture in my county, and just not necessary. And when this issue came up in front of the Joint Budget Committee, I was one of the ones who told them they needed to go get their cash funds and get their fees in line with their cash funds instead of coming and asking us for general fund monies, that would be appropriate. So I'm now can get back to a support of your bill, and I appreciate you taking it out. And with that, I would urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. My heartfelt thanks to the good senator from Westminster. This was going to hurt agriculture quite a bit. That's why I was coming up here to talk, is to really bring that to people's attention. We have several places where, you know, when you talk about a hog farm or a feedlot or a dairy, that this could have really impacted us, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness of taking this amendment out, and I ask aye for the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the bill sponsor for bringing this amendment today. Rural Colorado was very concerned with this amendment, giving the extra powers to the Attorney General. So with that, thank you for the amendment and our support.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you to the sponsor for this amendment. I think all of us ought to extend our gratitude and appreciation to her for saving all of us at least 20 minutes and maybe 40 minutes of time this morning. The prior amendment, and the one that this removes, is a bigger policy question than this bill. Because it grants, the previous amendment granted power to the Attorney General to proceed on his own with respect to certain environmental issues. And it's worth considering as we move forward that the Attorney General at sort of inception responded to executive branch requests for representation and filing of suits and so forth. And then we started this list of things that the Attorney General can do on his or her own, and this would have added to it rather markedly, I believe probably in a way that was outside the title of the bill, which could lead to further litigation. So thank you so much. I appreciate the sponsor bringing this amendment to remove the issue and move forward this morning. Thank you.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not to be a broken record, but I thank the good senator from Westminster for pulling L004. And my real concern with that was that AG's amendment was not just limited to water quality, if you look at that. And so there was several issues with that. So I thank you for bringing L005, and I'll support that. Thank you.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleagues. And do I get a prize for having the most popular third reading amendment ever?
Absolutely. It will be a fine assessed to, I'm just playing. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L005. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, that amendment is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 274 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 274. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Pelton R., Pelton B., Smallwood, Van Winkle. With a vote of 26 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 274 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Priola. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1026?
House Bill 1026, Representatives English and Senator Fields concerning family time for grandparents.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1026 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1026. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1026 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mr. Majority Leader Rodriguez, Priola, Sullivan, Danielson, Cutter, Marchman, Janal, Colker, Buckner, Exum, Hanson. Please add the President. Would the clerk please read Senate Bill 282?
Senate Bill 282, Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, Representatives Weissman and Soper concerning the creation of a Jury Appreciation Day.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 282 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 282. Are there any no votes? With a vote, Senator Van Winkle. Sorry, my peripheral vision is not great. And Senators Pelton B. And the Majority Leader. And seeing no one else. With a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 282 is passed. Co-sponsors. Moving quickly to the next bill. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 284?
Senate Bill 284, Senators Bridges and Danielson, Representative Judah concerning requirements for contraception insurance coverage that increases consistent access to the contraception most suited to the individual.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 284 on third reading and final passage.
There is discussion. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was not here for second reading on Friday, so I just wanted to say about this bill that this is another attempt to actually complete work that was done in a bill by now Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen in 2017, which said we should be able to buy 12 months of contraception when we go to the pharmacy. I went when I was picking up my wife's birth control at one point and asked if I could get all 12 months. And the pharmacist looked at me like I was completely insane. The last bill didn't work. So we are here today, in part, to try and fix this. But it's not just because it is convenient for me and my wife to get 12 months at a time. As I was knocking doors before this last election, I was down in the good senator from Colorado Springs district, and I knocked on a door, and the woman who answered was on the phone. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I can come back later. And she said, no, come in. And she had been on hold already for an hour. And she was on hold for about an hour every single month, trying to get her birth control prescription filled. Now, there's probably something going on there with her pharmacy, with her prescription, with something. But no one should have to spend hours of their life every year just to get something that they know they need, that everyone knows they need, and that we know saves money for insurance companies over the long haul. This bill solves a real problem that Coloradans across the state are facing, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. So Senate Bill 284 is interesting because it's one of the few handfuls of bills I've seen in years where I would really, really like to have seen the results of the actuarial review. Because I'm not sure whether or not Senate Bill 284 is simply a bill that provides some conveniences for patients who are looking to get contraceptive devices or pills or other forms of birth control, or if it's actually really expensive to the patient, meaning also potentially really expensive to the insurance marketplace, being one of those things that will drive up rates. So I'm disappointed after working as hard as I feel like we did to establish this actuarial review process to answer questions just like this. Like, is this something that I will be an enthusiastic yes and co-prime sponsor of, or is it yet one of so many things that sounds great, but actually works to drive up insurance costs? And unfortunately, what I think is going to happen, and not to go off on a tangent, but people give me a really hard time about being too complimentary of our governor, and then the very next day tell me that I'm too critical of the governor. So I think we could just balance that out and say there's fair criticism and a reasonable number of fair compliments to our governor. On the topic of health care, our governor was extremely clear with what he would do to Senate Bill 23-285. Governor Polis, a short 1,118 days ago, signed a signing statement that said, in short, appreciate what we're doing. Back then, this was for House Bill 20-1158, insurance coverage for infertility. Actually, I'll read some of it to you because it mirrors, in my opinion, what the governor and the Office of Saving People Money are going to do when they see 23-285. Which is, today I signed into law House Bill 20-1158. This bill expands access to fertility treatments and IVF in particular, as well as fertility preservations. Goes on talking about how wonderful infertility coverage is and why it's important to Coloradans, very much like contraceptive devices, medications. For the compelling reasons articulated by the sponsor, this is in Governor Polis's signing statement of 1,118 days ago. For the compelling reasons articulated by the sponsors and advocates for this bill, I am signing HB 20-1158 today. However, one of my top priorities since taking office has been to lower the cost of health care, including health insurance. Now, this is where you can probably accurately say I'm pretty hard on the governor, because that's what he intended to do, but that hasn't happened. In fact, the opposite has happened. However, back to the letter. Additional mandates, which may, by themselves, be important advancement in expanding coverage or reducing long-term costs, often do not meet the goal of lowering health insurance costs for people today, and can have unintended consequences of making less accessible those who need it the most, making coverage less accessible to those who need it the most. So colleagues, what I'm disappointed in is right now I'm sort of aligned with the governor, is like, this sounds like it might be something that might help offset long-term costs, but is it or is it not going to raise health insurance premiums for people today? While the purpose of insurance is to spread the cost of care so that no individual is faced with decisions about whether to forego health care or some other necessary household expense, we are not yet at the point where everyone has access to coverage. So 1,118 days ago, when the governor ostensibly penned this letter, really nothing has changed. We are still at the point today in Colorado, as you've heard with the battalion of people who have come up to the microphone to say that health insurance is too expensive. We are still in that state today, I would argue, just like we were 1,118 days ago. Health insurance is still too expensive, and as a result, over the past several years, we have seen an increase in the rate of uninsured in too many communities in our state. Lack of insurance harms families and individuals and the providers who care for them. The governor goes on to say, while I am signing this bill for the reasons outlined above, I will not sign any other insurance mandate bills passed by the General Assembly during the 2020 session, except when there is an urgent need for additional benefits related to COVID-19. You remember COVID-19? Hard to believe, 1,118 days ago. You're all wearing masks. In future, so you might be thinking, well, the governor said that about 2020. He didn't say anything about 2023. Hold on, there's more in the letter. In future legislative sessions, I will ask for the inclusion of language to protect the state's general fund from unanticipated costs similar to those included in HB 20-1158, as well as substantial and documented evidence, including an actuarial basis that shows that the bill will save people money on health care the following year. Further, and good for him, by the way. Good for him. That's super bold. I'm not, paraphrasing, I, as your governor, am not signing any other bills that do not have substantial documented evidence of short-term savings for health insurance for the citizens of Colorado. Good for you, Governor Polis. You have to look at this bill too, though, unfortunately. I know this was 1,118 days ago, but I don't think you've changed your mind. Further, I am calling on the General Assembly to establish a process to conduct actuarial reviews of all, ALL, of all new mandates in future years to determine the cost implication of these bills for Colorado consumers. Short of a rigorous analysis of each new benefit mandate proposed by the General Assembly, I will be disinclined, not crazy about that word, disinclined to sign future legislation creating new insurance mandates, which is exactly what Senate Bill 23-284 is. So, no, let me finish this. To that end, I am directing DOI to work with the sponsors of Senate Bill 20-127, love that bill, may it rest in peace, on that or a similar proposal which, if passed, will ensure that in future sessions, the General Assembly and our administration can base our policy decisions on data and actuarial analysis of a bill's impact on insurance rates and its potential for reducing costs. So, I have been, I hope, colleagues, illogically complimentary and transparent of our colleagues who have used this process, because I really feel like the very few things we were able to help move forward in a positive way in the world of healthcare and health insurance has been exactly that. We passed a bill. You passed a bill. You got more votes than we do. You passed a bill finally giving lawmakers a fast and easy policy tool backed up by actuaries that tell the governor's office this is or is not going to save people money in health insurance. We've already talked about my feelings on the governor's campaign promises. Governor is going to save people money. So we finally worked together, bipartisan, in a bicameral way, to pass the actuarial review bill. And all we're asking is that people who take healthcare policy seriously take that extra 60 days to make sure that what we're doing, even if it sounds good, isn't going to, in the short term, raise people's health insurance costs. And I am not saying that Senate Bill 23-284 is going to do that. But nobody can tell me whether or not, for sure, in the state of Colorado, this is going to raise or lower health insurance costs. You might have similar legislation in other places, but we have similar homes built in Wichita, Kansas. They don't cost what our homes do. We have similar homes for sale in San Mateo. They don't cost what ours cost. We cannot draw perfect parallels and analogies across other parts of the country. This
Senator
would have been
Smallwood,
really
would
easy.
you like to go into your second 10 minutes? I apologize.
I'm
I
only
mean
on
to cut
9
you off.
minutes, sir.
You want
I'm
another?
on 9 minutes, 20 seconds, sir.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
will wrap up in 40 seconds. I'd love to reserve my second. So this is one of those bills that, honestly, I think you can vote any way that you want because the governor is pretty good at keeping promises. And when the governor writes a letter 1,118 days ago saying he is not going to sign this, he's not going to sign this piece of legislation because the proponents did not go through the actuarial tool that is not mandated that lawmakers do. You don't have to do it. There's no rule. They're not going to fine you. They're not going to censure you. They're not going to throw you out. But the governor said he will not sign anything unless there is this evidence from actuaries. Sadly, colleagues, that wasn't done here. So as much as I'd like to vote yes and be a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 284, without that, I'm simply not comfortable doing that. Good luck, Mr. Governor.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I heard this bill in committee and listened to all the witnesses. As a good senator mentioned when he presented the bill that there was a bill done in 2017 that already did this for 12 months. And so I kept hearing that, and I'm thinking, well, if the law already exists that they have to provide 12 months worth of birth control, then is it as an enforcement issue, or do we need a new bill? That was my big question in committee. I do understand, and I don't know if this is going to lead to any savings for individuals on purchasing their contraceptives or, you know, I think obviously it will lead to the likelihood of unintended pregnancy, which we want that, and we want, you know, highly effective intervention to prevent pregnancy. So I was a yes vote in committee on this bill, but I really did have a question. If the law already existed that 12 months is supposed to be given out, then why do we have to do this? And I still have that question. So I don't know the need for the bill, but thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for that question. The good senator from Newcastle, I appreciate you raising that. The answer is that the original bill did not include pharmacy benefit management companies. And so what we've seen is while we did put this in place for pharmacies, we put it in place for healthcare companies, we left that part out. We've had extensive conversations with the folks who represent those pharmacy benefit management companies, and they are fully, completely okay with this bill. They understand the need for it. They understand that in the long term, this will save folks money on health care, and so that is the major reason for this. It's not simply an enforcement, a lack of enforcement in the original bill. It's that the original bill didn't get as far as we needed to sort of up the chain to make sure that this would actually happen. The other thing this bill does is makes it the default that when pharmacists give out oral contraception, that they give out the full 12 months, not just the month at a time. So it helps to educate pharmacists around sort of what it is that the law allows and envisions, and it pulls in PBMs as a piece of it. So those are the reasons for this expanded bill, and I appreciate the question and the opportunity to answer it. So thank you very much. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just briefly to add what my good colleague said was, it saves the patient money. Whether it's not having to pay out of pocket for the remaining 9 months that the insurance company won't cover on the spot right now, because right now you can get 3 months. But it's the remaining 9 months that if she wants it, she's got to pay out of pocket, or the money that it costs in time. So the constituent that my good colleague described, spending an hour on the phone each month, going to a provider to get a new script, whatever the barrier is, it always ends up costing the patient money. And so if it's an inconvenience, if it's an additional visit to your medical provider to get a new script, if it's going back unnecessarily to the pharmacy, if it is paying out of pocket, because indeed you have no other choice, that you need the 12 months when you need the 12 months, what the bill does is make sure that that money that's unnecessarily being spent, whether it's in time or money or inconvenience, is no longer spent by the patient. And so that's why we needed to pass the bill. It was the original intent, but like he said, it didn't get quite far enough. This one will, and it'll save the patient that time and money.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's because it's my bill, I can speak one more time. And this is potentially fine-worthy, but I did just want to say that my aide, Taylor Rogers, did a lot of work on this bill. I just want to make sure I say thank you to Taylor.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of a fine for Senator Bridges. $5. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 284. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 24 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 284 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Henriksen, Sullivan, Buckner, Winter, Cutter, Marchman, Zenzinger, Janal, Gonzalez, Colker, Exum, Mullica, Rodriguez, Mr. Majority Leader, Roberts, Hanson. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 148?
Senate Bill 148, Senator Cutter, Representative Lindsay, concerning property used to illegally manufacture drugs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 23-148 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 148. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B., Pelton R., Simpson, Mr. Minority Leader, Senator Gardner. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 148 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mr. Majority Leader Henriksen, Gonzalez, Exum, Hanson, Hawkes Lewis, Buckner, Priola, Marchman. Please add the president. Would the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 064?
Senate Bill 64, Senators Gardner and Janal, Representatives Snyder and Armagus, concerning the Office of Public Guardianship.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 64 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 64. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Van Winkle. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 64 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Mullica, Hanson. Please add the president. Would the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 75?
Senate Bill 75, Senators Fields and Exum Representatives Ricks and Tatone, concerning the deletion of children's identifying information from criminal justice records released to the public and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, we move Senate Bill 75 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 75. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 75 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Buckner, Priola, Bridges, Marchman, Winter, Hawkes Lewis, Cutter, Rodriguez, Hanson, Zenzinger, Janal, Gonzalez, Mr. Minority Leader, Smallwood, Mullica, Roberts, Will. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title, Senate Bill 92?
Senate Bill 92, Senators Simpson and Hanson, Representatives McCormick and Soper, concerning opportunities for voluntary emission reductions in agriculture and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 23092 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 92. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Van Winkle, Rich. With a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 92 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Cutter, Henriksen, Priola, Buckner, Fields, Hawkes Lewis, Bridges, Marchman, Finberg, Gonzalez, Exum, Mullica, Roberts, Pelton B, Pelton R, Will. Please add the president. Would the clerk please read it? Oh, and Zenzinger. Oh. Okay. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I accidentally raised my hand on the wrong bill, so I need to be taken off as co-sponsor of Senate Bill 75. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger will be taken off as co-sponsor of Senate Bill 75. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 198?
Senate Bill 198, Senators Winter F. and Cutter, Representative Wiseman and Lindstedt, concerning the verification of clean energy plans to ensure that the plans achieve the state's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 23198 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 198. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Rich, Baisley, Gardner, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer. Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 198 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Hansen, Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Marchman. Mr. Majority Leader, Gonzalez, Exum, Fields. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 262?
Senate Bill 262, Senators Priola and Mullica, Representatives Ricks and Soper, concerning requiring the Colorado Water Conservation Board to study the feasibility of water desalination as a potential contributing solution to the crisis of water scarcity in the Colorado River Basin and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 262 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 262. Let me walk you through some of my concerns concerning requiring the Colorado Water Conservation Board to study the feasibility of water desalination. Colorado Water Conservation Board has a variety of priorities and needs and requirements. None of them should be tied to studying desalination in Mexico and California. With all the effort and work required of them, we really shouldn't task them with something along this line. Working through the bill, I'm going to take a little time to read some of the bill. The Colorado River system, which supplies nearly 40 million people across the western United States with drinking water and irrigates approximately 5 million acres of farmland, is facing historic lows as a result of sustained drought conditions. So there are two things happening in the Colorado River system. Certainly, lack of snow and supply has diminished stream flows, particularly in the upper basin states where we don't have a huge reservoir storage system for water, unlike the lower basin states with Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Diminishing flows inside Colorado have been dealt with collaboratively and cooperatively, particularly within Colorado, of trying to manage and create a healthier system, given the fact that you don't have as much snowfall and runoff. We do that through CWCB managed in-stream flow programs, endangered species projects. We do it through alternative transfer mechanisms to try to, again, on a temporary basis, keep the system whole and not degraded as much as it could be. The bigger challenge in the system is really the storage of water in Lake Powell and Lake Mead. The challenges and problems there are really a math problem, where the upper basin states, that being Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico, have lived up to our compact obligations for 100 years. We're obligated to make sure we don't impact the flow at Lee's Ferry below Lake Powell to the extent of no less than 75 million acre feet over a 10-year period. Since its inception 100 years ago, the upper basin states have always delivered more than their share of water to the lower basin states. The lower basin states are California, Nevada, and Arizona. The big challenge is the lower basin states, when you consume 25 or 30% more than what you're allocated over a 20-year period, and more importantly, you consume more than it's flowing into the system, you have a mass balance problem. And that leads to declining water levels in Lake Powell and Lake Mead. The solution to the problem resides in the lower basin states trying to figure out how to use less water, much like the upper basin states have been forced to do when there's, again, not a reservoir there to provide you millions of acre feet of kind of surplus or a balance. I've heard this challenge described in the water community before as like the slowest moving freight train in history. And the lower basin states are sitting right square in the middle of the tracks of this freight train and watching it coming for 20 years and not making decisions and policies and doing the things to get out of the way of the slowest moving freight train in history. To ask Colorado to step up and expend resources to help solve the problem in the lower basin states is not appropriate. Part of the legislation in the Ledge Deck, the General Assembly also finds that desalination facilities have been successfully constructed and deployed in the United States and many other nations, including Australia, Israel, Qatar, Singapore, and Saudi Arabia, and Mexico. Already, Mexico. The first desalination plant in Mexico was built in 1960. As of 2006, this was in 2006, there were 435 desalination plants in Mexico. I don't think we should devote resources to do a literature review, to craft a report to send to this body and to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation about the challenges and the opportunities around desalination. These facilities located along coastal communities have demonstrated that desalination of seawater is a viable and cost-effective way to develop new supplies of water that can be safely used as drinking water and other beneficial uses. I'll highlight to the body from 2019, and there's actually a reference in the bill about what California is doing in building new desalination plants. But even back then, in an article from Science Magazine, the San Diego County Water Authority pays about $1,200 an acre foot of water sourced from the Colorado River and the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta and pumped hundreds of miles to Southern California. The same amount from one of the newly constructed desalination plants, the Carlsbad plant, the same amount from the Carlsbad plant, enough to supply a family of 5 for a year, cost about $2,200 an acre foot. So the challenge is there that it's not necessarily cost effective yet. Technologies continue to improve. We might get there, but Colorado stepping in and doing a literature review to create a report to send to this body and to the governor and to the Bureau of Reclamation is not warranted. California currently has 12, this is in the bill, California currently has 12 water desalination facilities operating off its coast and recently approved the investment of $140 million to construct a 13th facility called the Doheny Ocean Desalination Project, which is expected to supply 5 million gallons of drinking water per day for 40,000 people in Orange County, and is expected to reduce the county's reliance on water imported through the California State Water Project and from the Colorado River by up to 70% eventually. Again, the work is underway. It's happening. Colorado doesn't need to devote resources to step into this space. Desalination operations in California and Mexico could reduce the demands placed on the Colorado River by lower basin states, including California and Arizona, where desalinated water can be put to beneficial uses. I pulled this morning, again, just doing a simple Google search, pulled up an article about what was happening in Arizona. The Arizona Water Project Solution Team, a nebulous consortium of companies and IDE Technologies, an Israel-based company that has developed some of the world's largest desalination plants, are proposing to build a privately funded plant near Puerto Penasco, Mexico, that could eventually pipe 1 million acre-feet of water annually into the state. Again, Arizona's in this space, Mexico's in this space, California's in this space. Colorado does not need to be in this space. Although desalination of seawater will not single-handedly solve the current Colorado River crisis, that's an understatement, its potential as a contributing solution has not been fully developed and utilized and is worth exploring and quantifying. I would argue that's not the case at all. You can do a simple search of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, who manages the reservoir systems in the upper basin states and the lower basin states. Just a simple Google search of the Bureau of Reclamation and Desalination. Desalinization and Water Purification Research Program. WaterSmart, Bureau of Reclamation, Large-Scale Water Recycle Program Desalinization Basin Studies Baseline. Reclamation and Reuse Program and Desalinization Construction Program. Science and Technology, Program Desalinization and Water Purification Systems. The list just goes on. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are more than a dozen, almost 20 references in the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation about desalinization. But under this bill, Colorado is going to do a literature review and then provide a report back to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Lastly, some of my other concerns revolve around, again, in the ledge deck. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that it is important that the board study and report on the feasibility of basin-wide cooperation to build additional water desalinization facilities as a potential contributing solution to the problem of water scarcity in Colorado. Basin-wide cooperation to build additional desalinization facilities either in Arizona, Mexico, or California. Part of the report that the CWCB is supposed to produce. Identification of potential funding sources to pay startup costs, including costs for the construction of facilities, including consideration of public and private funding sources in each state.
Senator Simpson, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Yes, sir, please.
Please.
I don't think I've ever been asked that before.
It's the first time for everything. Please continue.
No, I lost my place. I'll start over. Identification of potential funding sources to pay for these desalinization facilities, including consideration of public and private funding sources in each state. We really want to spend Colorado resources, tax dollars, in potential construction, starting operating desalinization plates in lower basin states? I challenge that's not, again, the intentions are well honored. There's a problem to be solved in the Colorado River system, but Colorado taking time and resources from the Colorado Water Conservation Board to do a literature review and generate a report in 2 years to send to this body, to the governor, and to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation is not a wise use of our resources. Again, I would highlight this is really about a math problem, about overconsumption of water in the lower basin states, and there are a number of activities and conversations for a couple of years now about what role the upper basin states can or should or may play in dealing with the math problem of the over withdrawals in the lower basin. And I don't think desalinization, Colorado should be funding or playing in that space of trying to close that gap in the lower basin states. For those reasons, I ask for a no vote on 262.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I want to thank the senator from Alamosa for taking a few minutes to call everyone's attention to the obvious. I have a dear friend who I travel with from time to time, and we talk about going places, and my friend says, well, when we're there, we'll just go over there. And I say, well, yeah, it's in the same state. It's about 400 miles away from the place we're going there. And my friend says, oh, you know, geography was my weak point in grade school. Well, for those of you who don't know your geography, it's important to know your geography. So when your grade school and middle schoolers say, why do I have to learn geography? Say, because it really matters for your understanding of a lot of world problems. You know, where does the Colorado River, this is one of those geography questions, where does the Colorado River end and dump its water, what little is left? Baja California. And if you look at it there, as California comes together, the United States California, not Baja, but comes together with Mexico, and just above it on the border there is Arizona. And those are lower basin states, as the senator from Alamosa pointed out. So when I saw this bill, I thought, does Colorado have a source of salt water that we might be able to tap? Wow. But I got out the map, and turns out we don't. Turns out that maybe California and Mexico, and to some extent, because it's very close there, Arizona might be able to suck up a lot of salt water out of the Gulf of California and desalinize it. I don't know if it's desalinize or desalinate. I think it's desalinate, but they might be able to do that. And so if I were them, I'd be spending money on this whole deal. Well, it turns out, as the senator from Alamosa points out, they have plants and they're doing all sorts of stuff. And then I looked at the bill, and one of the other things I told my kids when they're in grade school, and when my granddaughter's old enough to understand, I'm going to tell her common sense is not so common. Because this bill, it appropriates $50,000 to the Department of Natural Resources, and that will go to the Colorado Water Conservation Board to conduct a literature review on the challenges and opportunities of desalination facilities in California or Mexico. Not the desalination opportunities in Colorado, because we don't have any. We don't have any. But if I were California, Arizona, and Mexico, I'd be spending more than a little $50,000. Now, you know, if I had the courage to bring a third reading amendment, I might bring a third reading amendment to pay some of that $50,000 to as extra salary. That's what the lieutenant governor does, get extra salary for doing her job. To the senator from Alamosa, because while he was up here, he just did a literature review and told us where all those opportunities were and what some of the challenges are. And you probably did about $25,000 of that work, I would say, to the senator from Alamosa, if I could speak to him directly. Somebody's going to sit at their desk, or maybe a couple of three people are going to sit at their desk and research the literature and make a report to the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the Bureau of Reclamation. I imagine the Bureau of Reclamation doesn't have anybody who knows anything about desalination. I bet there's nobody there that has any idea about all that stuff. They need another report. You know, if I had this contract, if I bid on it and I got it, the first thing I'd do is start going looking for reports. I bet I'd find a report at the Bureau of Reclamation on desalination. Another thing about geography, or maybe this is physics, I don't know, maybe it's just common sense. Water flows downhill. And all this water starts here, just a few miles from here, on the other side of the mountain. Now, that's another story. You can make it flow uphill if you put a big pipe and you pump it over, as Colorado Springs and Aurora know. And another common sense rule, and I use this with clients sometimes, they call me up and they say, somebody breached a contract and they haven't paid me. And I want to make them pay me, and I say, well, you know, you're dealing with one of the rules of practicality here, and in the wealth sense, it's them that got the gold rule, and you have to sue them to get it out of them, and them that have the water can hang on to it if they'll build the facilities to store it and keep it. And so maybe we ought to spend some more money on keeping the water. Now, for $50,000, I don't think you can build much storage, but, and we've probably done a lot of studies on that. I'm guessing the senator from Alamosa could come and talk to us about some of the studies that have been done about what storage capacity we don't have, because I remember we had a ballot issue some years ago in the Owens administration, and there were people that I think wrongheadedly at the time did not support that. But a study, a desktop literature review of what's out there, $50,000 for a couple of days' work, nice work if you can get it. I'm going to have to be a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to 262. I agree that we ought to be studying water and we ought to be pursuing an understanding of what's best, but I would say we would be better served to study storage and what water could we potentially store in Colorado. We, quite frankly, live subject to a number of entitlements. Our water entitlements governed by the doctrine of prior appropriation, as everybody knows, and several other interstate compacts and agreements with those states. The most significant, of course, of the agreements that we're bound to is the Colorado River Compact of 1922, the Arkansas River Compact of 1948. The Colorado Compact allocates the waters of the Colorado River Basin among 7 states, the Upper Basin, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, New Mexico, Nevada, and Arizona, and California are all of the states. We are participants in the Upper Basin states, and the Arkansas River Compact governs the allocation of water between Colorado, Kansas, and the Arkansas River Basin. Under the Colorado River Compact, Colorado is entitled to 51.75% of the Upper Colorado River's total allocation, which is about 7.5 million acre-feet a year. That means Colorado has legal entitlement of approximately 3.88 million acre-feet per year from the Colorado River Basin, but the actual amount varies, of course. The actual amount flowing downstream varies based on weather, climate conditions, consumption, et cetera. So that's background information. If we're going to spend $50,000 studying, I think we should study what can we actually do, not what kind of a study could we create and hand to somebody else that they might be able to do something with. Although it's difficult to determine exactly how much additional water storage Colorado could potentially have without an in-depth analysis of current storage capacity, water consumption, and legal constraints. But that's the point. It's difficult to know. If we're going to spend 50 grand, let's spend 50 grand answering that question, not the question of how could we benefit others who might actually benefit from desalinization. Now, to the actual question of the literature review, 50 grand is excessive, I would argue. I rolled out here to ChatGPT, and I'm using the 4.0 version, and asked the question, how many literature or how many documents are there with regard to desalinization? And it being an artificial intelligence said, well, being artificial intelligence, I can't give you up-to-the-date information, but I can tell you generally there's a whole lot of information. And so I reframed the question and said, well, be a little more precise. And so here's the beginning of the $50,000 project. I'll just give whomever gets the contract a running start with the assistance of some artificial intelligence. You can find information on desalinization from various sources, such as scientific articles, research papers, books, news articles, and online resources. The available information covers a wide range of topics, including, and we have here 6 different topics. First, desalinization technologies. There are several desalinization technologies, such as reverse osmosis. We call it RO in my household. We live on a self-drilled well. Actually, I didn't dig it, but I did hire the contractor that drilled the well. It had been, you know, I think we hit water at about, I think 70 or 80 feet. We drilled to probably 210 feet, and we're lifting water probably about 50 or 45 or 50 feet out of the casing. But anyway, once it's in the house, then we have a filter for the water that we drink on a routine basis. It's a reverse osmosis filtered. And I will tell you, it is beautiful. Colorado well water, reverse osmosis filtered, is spectacular. In any case, back to the literature review. There is multi-stage flash distillation, known as MSF. There's multiple effect distillation, MED, and electrodialysis, ED, among others. Each method has its advantages and drawbacks depending on factors like energy consumption, cost, environmental impact. So the first of 6 possible chapters in the lit review that is going to be conducted, I'm offering up here to give folks a head start on. Desalinization plants. There are numerous desalinization plants worldwide, with the largest concentrated in the Middle East and North Africa. I wonder why. Oh, it's because they have salt water available and they're trying to figure out how to use it as fresh water. Environmental impact would be something you would also need to look at. Desalinization can have both positive and negative environmental impacts. On the one hand, it can help alleviate water scarcity in arid regions. On the other hand, it can produce brine. That's highly concentrated saline byproducts, which can harm marine life if not properly managed. There is a growing body of research on mitigating the environmental impacts of desalinization. The 4th chapter of the study that, and I'm thinking this Good Senator from Alamosa might be in the pole position on this particular project. We should offer him up, and I'll be sure to give him my notes here that I'm more than willing to share if he considers picking up and doing the study on behalf of the department. Economics, we could consider the cost of desalinated water has decreased over time due to technological advancements. Boy, that's a given. We've experienced that so many times in society, where when you first do it, the technology's new and it's expensive to produce whatever product or outcome you're looking for. But over time, as the technology gets better, in fact, your economics get better. Information on the cost structure, financing options in comparison with other water supply alternatives can be found in various studies and reports. The 5th chapter would be innovations in research. Researchers continue to explore new desalinization technologies, aiming to make the process more energy efficient, cost effective, and environmentally friendly. Information on ongoing research and innovations can be found in academic journals, conference proceedings, and patents. Number 6, policy and regulation. Governments and international organizations have developed policies and regulations related to desalinization to ensure water security, protect the environment, and guide the sustainable development of the industry. To find up-to-date relevant information on desalinization, you can consult resources like the International Desalinization Association. Wow, boom, that's an easy way to pick up your $50,000 consulting fee. Just reach out to the IDA and say, what's the lit review on this project look like? Answered and asked, or asked and answered. The European Desalinization Society, EDS, the American Membrane Technology Association, the AMTA, and the Desalinization and Water Reuse Special Group of the International Water Association, IWA, among others. All right, so a little bit tongue-in-cheek with regard to a ChatGPT information request that I made 6 minutes ago, a beginning of a research report, to spend $50,000 in old school money, hard-earned taxpayer dollars, to produce something that is already fundamentally available on behalf of California or Mexico? I get it. We all care about water. We want to know that there are other ways to deal with water. We want everybody in the western United States, which is dry from Lincoln, Nebraska west, to join together in trying to figure out how to manage water. But spending 50 grand to do it in this way? No. Let's spend the money. How about we just reach out to every state legislator in all of the compact states of any water connected collaborative we have, send them letters with this information we could quickly pull together on whatever the subject is. This is just such a misallocation and misappropriation of money. I have to rise in opposition and say, yes, we care about water. Yes, desalinization is helping Israel, the arid core or the arid rim of Africa. But 50 grand of our money on this, no. Let's be serious about how we approach these big questions that are before us. Mr. President, I appreciate your attention, and I thank you for your attention.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 262. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Roberts. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 262 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, would the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1108? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that I be added as a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 75.
Senator Gardner will be added as a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 75. Would the clerk please now read the title to House Bill 1108?
House Bill 1108, Representatives Duran and Evans, Senators Hansen and Gardner, concerning the creation of a task force to study victim and survivor awareness and responsiveness training requirements for judicial personnel and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Please.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1108 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1108. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, with a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1108 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Sullivan, Marchman, Exum, Pelton B, Mullica, Colker. Please add the president. Fields, Simpson, Buckner. Anyone else? Priola. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1042?
House Bill 1042, Representatives Bacon and Sharbini, Senator Gonzalez, concerning narrowing admissibility standards for juvenile statements to protect the voluntariness of such statements and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1042 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just want to extend my gratitude to everyone who has participated in this important policy discussion on this bill and also on the bill that I brought forward this time last year. You may remember this policy. As a matter of fact, I've had conversations with some of you all who have said, didn't we already do this? And actually, we did in the Senate. This was my pre-file bill last year. I introduced a similar version of this policy on January 12th, 2022, Senate Bill 22-23. That bill died on the calendar the very last day of the legislative session in the House. And so this time, we picked up and brought forward House Bill 23-1042 as Representative Bacon's pre-file bill this year. We have worked diligently in order to build a broad and growing coalition in order to ensure that when law enforcement is having these conversations in context of a custodial interrogation, that they are being truthful and direct. That is what is important about this policy. And so I just want to leave you all with a few words, not from me, but from a signed statement from 115 different faith leaders across this state. Truth is a sacred value that unites many faith traditions. Confidence that law enforcement is seeking only voluntarily given information from kids increases public trust, respect, and good role modeling by adults in power. As faith leaders throughout Colorado, we are concerned for the health and well-being of everyone involved in criminal proceedings, and we support these additional regulations to build trust and to keep our youth safe. This is a letter submitted by Together Colorado and signed from 115 faith leaders from across this state. Colleagues, I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1042. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1042. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Pelton B. Really wanted me to call his name. Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent and 1 excused, House Bill 1042 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Hansen, Mr. Majority Leader, Coker, Jaquez Lewis, Rodriguez, Marchman, Bridges, Fields, Henriksen, Priola, Cutter, Buckner, Winter. Please add the President. Message from the Reviser.
April 24, 2023. We herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1271, without comment as amended, House Bill 1081, 1133, 1199, 1222, 1240, 1242, 1247, 1270, and 1278, without comment as amended, Senate Bills 58 and 94.
Committee reports.
Senate Bill April 24, 2023, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 3 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 14 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 164 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 176 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 267 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 271 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 280 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 285 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 290 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 294 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1003 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1008 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1036 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1234 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 287 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
General orders, second reading of bills. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the general orders second reading calendar layover until tomorrow, April 25th.
The motion is to lay over the general order second reading of bills calendar to tomorrow, Tuesday, April 25th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and general order second reading of bills will lay over until tomorrow, Tuesday, April 25th. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders second reading at the hour of 1:21 p.m. Senate Bills 3, 14, 164, 176, 267, 280, 283, 285, 290, and 294. Calendars have been distributed to your desks. You'll notice that I did not say Senate Bill 271. There was a request that that be left off in order to continue working through some changes. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion that the Senate take up Senate Bills 003, 14, 164, 176, 267, 280, 283, 285, 290, and 294 at the hour of 1:21 p.m. This requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 1:21. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Second reading of bills, and Senator Danielson will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone in the Senate chamber. Ms. Cole, please read the title of Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3, Senators Buckner and Gardner, Representative Weissman, concerning a Colorado Department of Education partnership with a nonprofit entity to create a program for adult education.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 3 and the Education Committee report and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Education Committee report. To the Education Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Education Committee, when we did this many months ago, we made some technical changes about using the word request for proposal was there, and it sounded like contracts, but these were grants and application, and it was technical things like that. So we asked for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made some minor funding changes to this bill in appropriations. Actually, we did a continuous funding for the program to ensure that it would be funded and continue for a period to demonstrate the need and the demand. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am really, really proud to run this important bill with my friend. And first, I want to start with the data. Over 300,000 adults in Colorado do not have their high school diploma. Let me say that again. 300,000 adults in Colorado do not have their high school diploma. And according to the United States Census Bureau, of those 300,000, 126,000 adult Coloradans are below a 9th grade level. Research tells us that 2 out of 3 people without a high school diploma are low income. They are 8 times more likely to be incarcerated than a high school graduate, have poorer health outcomes, lower incomes, and fewer opportunities than the rest of the general public. And according to the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics, adults without a high school diploma earn on average $606 per week compared to $749 for an adult who graduated from high school with no college, and almost $1,600 for an advanced degree holder. According to the National Reporting System for Adult Education, Colorado is tied with Hawaii for 0 spent on adult education, while most states spend at least $1 million annually on adult education. That's why this bill is critical, because with that many adults, 300,000 people without a diploma in Colorado, we need as many programs as possible to meet their needs. Our current statute for adult education does not allow for an in-person high school for adults. So when Senate Bill 3 passes, this will provide adults age 21 and older who do not have a state-certified high school diploma the opportunity to earn their diploma, industry-recognized certifications, and dual college credits at no cost. To support students in reaching their goals, this school will provide free, on-site, drop-in care for their children, along with transportation assistance. And here's another important aspect of the bill. We've learned from other successful models in other states, in order for adult learners with children to be fully committed to their education, they need to not be worried about the health and well-being of their children while they're in school. Providing on-site childcare is key to their success. Additionally, there will be life coaches available to help graduates identify employment opportunities, how to enter the workforce, and prepare for post-secondary education advancement. This Senate Bill 3 will require the school operator to be a Colorado-based nonprofit organization to provide a facility and provide operating dollars to supplement the state's operational financial support. And this really is a true public-private partnership. And Senate Bill 3 will require an approved accountability system by the Department of Education that includes graduation rate metrics for the entire population of students, post-secondary and workforce readiness metrics that measure the percentage of graduates who earn either an industry-recognized certificate or at least 3 college credits. In my own community of Aurora, we have approximately 30,000 individuals without a high school diploma over the age of 25. This bill is really important. Together, we can do something to help all of these individuals and give them the tools they need to succeed. I'm asking for your support of Senate Bill 3.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill came through the Senate Education Committee on January.
There's an amendment at the desk.
Thank you. I move L003.
Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L003.
Amendment L003 by
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Members, this bill came through Education Committee January 25th. That's like nearly 3 months, well, 3 months ago. And there were a couple of things at the time in terms of language and nomenclature that needed to be moved around. And so L003 calls for the higher education programs to be done in collaboration with institutions of higher education.
Senator Gardner, you need to move your amendment, please.
He moved it.
You moved it before the clerk read it. Just move it again.
Sorry.
I move L003.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L003 is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L004.
Amendment L004.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment.
Thank you. L004 is similarly an amendment that changes the language really to broaden the higher ed opportunities that go along with this adult secondary education beyond just concurrent enrollment and refers to career and technical education. I ask for an aye vote on L04.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L004 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gardner.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be bringing this bill with my colleague from Aurora. She gave a good synopsis of the bill. This bill will create opportunity for that large number, 300,000?
Yes.
300,000 adults in Colorado who lack a high school diploma and who want to do the coursework and also have concurrent enrollment and other career and technical opportunities at the same time. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 3? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would ask of the bill sponsors, one of who has expertise, I suppose, or certainly peripheral awareness of the issue, what does a high school diploma or a GED, how does that intersect with an individual's ability to enlist in one of the branches of the armed services?
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. And I thank the senator from Monument for the question. So while it is possible for someone with a GED certificate to enlist in the military, there are opportunities to pursue certain technical training opportunities are quite limited, and this would make all the difference in the world. When enlistments are quite competitive, as they always continue to be in the Air Force, and I see the good senator from North Beltoni is not here. I was going to say sometimes in the Navy, a GED is not sufficient. So, members, this makes a world of difference between being able to have a career as an enlisted person in the military and not. And that's, for those of us who've served in the military know that for so many Military service in our country is a gateway to opportunity. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the bill sponsors. This is, as one who's elected from a county that has a significant number of military installations and a large number of the voting base, the constituents, as we call them, from our area who may have the ability to or want to participate opportunities in the military. This particular element, and it's one of those things where it's a second order effect. It's not the intention of the bill directly. It's not where we need to run it for those particular individuals, but it is certainly one of the byproducts, one of the benefits, and it's something that my county, my district will be well served by. I rise in support of the bill on its face and for certain elements such as this element about the opportunity for individuals seeking enlistment in the military to be able to not just show up with a GED and maybe get their fingernails dug into a potential career opportunity with the armed forces, but they can actually have meaningful opportunities for advancement by virtue of the diploma that is available under this bill that wouldn't otherwise be available. Thank the bill sponsors for Senate Bill 003 and urge everyone's support for it at the time at which we get to take a final vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 3 is adopted. Ms. Cole, please read the title of Senate Bill 14.
Senate Bill 14, Senator Moreno, Representative Lindsay, concerning establishing the Office of Disordered Eating Prevention in the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 14 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, there were quite a few changes that further mitigated the fiscal impact of this bill. Basically, the bill as originally proposed would have created an entire office in the Department of Public Health and Environment. That has now switched to being a program within the Prevention Services Division. Along with that, it also struck the committee or the commission that was being proposed, but the program or the intent of the bill will live on through the program, and this was after a lot of consultation with the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill is essentially what I just referenced in description of the Appropriations Committee report, creates a program within the Prevention Services Division to focus on disordered eating prevention. And it creates a grant program, and in future years, should the General Assembly choose, they can put some appropriations towards that grant. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 14.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the bill sponsor. We did hear this in Health and Human Services, and I was a little bit concerned about creating a new office because in the 4 years that I was in the House, 18 new offices were created, and we're not even sure if those are being successful. So it sort of changes what I was going to say here, since this has been changed to a program and creates a grant program maybe. So I guess I appreciate those changes. And while I was about to be a no, I will have to sit down and think about this one. Maybe there's a chance.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm gonna mirror those comments because that was part of the reason I was a no in committee. Was I think we've created 17 or so new offices in the past 4 years, and with this bill creating another new office, I don't know that was prudent to be doing. So I want to thank the bill sponsors and the great senator from Commerce City for running that amendment to not create a new office. So that changes the whole thing. If it's under Preventive Services Division that's already in existence. That's great, so that does change my mind on this bill. So I was a no in committee, but with the amendment, I may be a yes here.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Eating disorders is one of those things that is really challenging. I think we all know someone or know someone who has someone in their life that has had struggles and challenges and difficulties with eating disorders. I appreciate the effort to move forward on doing more to help more people with this. I was going to toss out to the bill sponsor kind of a question, and this is kind of the lit review question. It's actually the where are we getting the best effects, the best results? Who's doing the best research and getting the best potential outcomes or best potential pathways for positive outcomes for people, where that might be. And I was kind of curious how that might intersect with this bill as it has been redesigned here in Appropriations Committee this morning and moving forward. So I don't know whether, although the Majority Leader is an incredible multitasker, I don't know whether he was able to hear my questions or not. I was looking for where the best empirical research, the best evidence, and the best potential outcomes for people is being understood, and how this bill as revised might intersect with and connect to that. Because I think this is one of those moments where a new office of government, no, but actually something that might help us surface and make visible to the public more access to meaningful information, that might, in fact, eventually earn a yes vote from my side of the aisle.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and happy to answer that question. So the bill is designed to create this kind of, I mean, quite candidly, there's not a ton of research out there on eating disorders and how to prevent them. And so part of the goal of the legislation was to create this program within the Prevention Services Division now, as the bill stands, in order to create that resource bank of information in order to provide to our schools the best way to intervene when they see concerning behaviors, patterns, and be able to supply that information to folks around preventing eating disorders. And so with that, Madam Chair, don't mean to cut off discussion in any way. I did forget that there was one more amendment that was needed coming out of committee. And so shortly I will make a motion to lay over to the end of the calendar in order to get that prepared, unless, okay. Great. Okay, so Madam Chair, I move to lay over Senate Bill 14 and 164 to the end of the special orders second reading calendar.
The motion is to lay, so I'm sorry, you said Senate Bill 14 and what else? And 164. The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 14 and 164 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills will be laid over at the Majority Leader's request. Ms. Cole, please read the title to Senate Bill 176.
Senate Bill 176, Senators Moreno and Cutter, concerning measures to improve outcomes for individuals with an eating disorder.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 176 and the Health and Human Services and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Health and Human Services Committee, we did quite a bit of work that will actually be further revised by the Appropriations Committee report. And so would be happy to go over the HHS Committee report, except quite a bit of it is actually being taken out through the Appropriations Committee report.
Heck of a job, Appropriations Committee. The question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, as I mentioned, there were quite a few changes. Basically, the bill originally proposed to license facilities that treat eating disorders. That has been removed from the bill. There was quite a substantial fiscal impact as a result of that section of the law of the bill. And so the Appropriations Committee committee report strikes that provision, which means that it also strikes the fiscal impact of the bill. I request an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill deals with, as my colleague said, eating disorders, which affect more than 29 million Americans and cause more than $400 billion a year in combined financial costs and loss of well-being to the country. They're one of the deadliest mental illnesses, second only to opioid use disorder. And there has been a 100% increase in adolescent hospitalizations for eating disorders since the onset of COVID. 10,200 deaths each year are the direct result of an eating disorder. That's one death every 52 minutes. This is a serious problem, and as my colleague shared, that we're not able to go quite as far as we'd originally hoped in the bill. We are addressing the use of body mass index in diagnosing eating disorders, which is an antiquated way to do so, and it's really causing more harm than good.
And there is an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read Amendment L009?
Amendment L009 by Senator Moreno, amend the Appropriations Committee report.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L009.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, L009 is really a technical fix. There was a provision of the HHS committee report that was not struck through the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report, so it's merely technical, making sure that that language is removed as was intended by the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L009 is adopted. To the bill. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 176? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill that we did here in Health and Human Services back in March. I do appreciate some of the work that's been done on this bill, specifically to eliminate the fines, if I understand that correctly. But the bill presumes that the members of this body know more about treating eating disorders than licensed physicians do, and it ties the hands of doctors and outlines additional requirements that are outside the scope, I believe, of the bill title, including requiring medical service providers to provide non-conforming and transgender clients set times for restroom access. This bill also requires that a physician show respect and accommodation of a client's sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, and personal dietary ethics. I'm not sure what treating a Lutheran with bulimia, how that would look different from treating a Catholic with bulimia. Also, when they started talking about the dietary supplements, according to the chief dietary supplement regulator, the FDA, there is no correlation between the use of dietary supplements and eating disorders. But if passed, this bill, it would disrupt their health and wellness routines. So for that, while I appreciate some of the work that's been done on this bill, I'm still asking for a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the senator from Grand Junction. Just wanted to quickly just make sure, because there were some changes in the Appropriations Committee, and those were just adopted, and so they were relatively recent and fresh. The bill, as it relates to bathroom access, that kind of thing, that was all in reference to the facilities that treat eating disorders and their licensing. Since that has been taken out of the bill, that language was also removed. It does maintain the over-the-counter diet pill language, though, that was referenced earlier.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 176? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 176. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 176 is adopted. Ms. Cole, please read the title of Senate Bill 267.
Senate Bill 267, Senators Van Winkle and Cutter, Representatives Titone and Bradley, concerning a water quality fee to be paid for admission to Chatfield State Park and in connection therewith requiring the Division of Parks and Wildlife to collect the fee and transfer the amount of the fee to the Chatfield Watershed Authority.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 267, the Agriculture and Natural Resources Report, and the Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just simply made sure that the fee applied per vehicle, not per visitor.
Is there further discussion on the report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That the Appropriations Committee appropriated the appropriate amount of money, a very small sum actually, but made sure that it is appropriated properly.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the Chatfield Watershed Authority is responsible for maintaining clean drinking water for several counties and municipalities, and so this is simply raising the fee slightly to help fund those things and also create more of a funding pool so that they can draw down matching grants because they don't have the ability to do that now. So it's just in the interest of clean and well-maintained water and for the Watershed Authority, and we'd like your support.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this bill actually comes to us from a long stakeholdering, years of stakeholdering, comes to us from the Douglas County Commissioners, the Jefferson County Commissioners, and several interested parties around it. It's a very small, meager $1 fee that's not inflation adjusted and repeals automatically after 5 years, but again, it allows us to draw down federal dollars and might very well save the Chatfield State Reservoir Park. So I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 267? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 267. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 267 is adopted. Ms. Cole, please read the title of Senate Bill 280.
Senate Bill 280, Senator Mullica, Representative Snyder, concerning the mitigation of certain transportation-related environmental hazards and in connection therewith creating the Fuels Impact Enterprise to administer programs and impose fees that are related to the transportation of fuel within the state, modifying the Clean Fleet Enterprise so that it administers programs and imposes fees that are designed to reduce emissions from diesel trucks, creating a tax credit for the conversion, lease, or purchase of clean commercial vehicles, modifying the fee collected for the distribution to the perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances cash fund, modifying the petroleum storage tank fund, allowing the Colorado State Patrol to conform hazard materials routing regulations to Transportation Commission rules, and phasing out the use of certain diesel trucks on state projects.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cole. If ever there was a time for a title ruling. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 280, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did run several amendments in Finance Committee, made sure that the bill referenced 1/6 of a cent instead of 6 cents, prioritized health and safety for some of those grants that come from those dollars. We also made sure we tightened up the parameters around the scrap program, and making sure that those trucks are registered for 2 years prior and a year, and the new trucks are registered in Colorado. We also limits the state projects only to the non-attainment areas of Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, they did appropriate the money, but there was also an amendment that had no impact on the fiscal note. We made sure that we ran an amendment to get the hazmat state troopers eligible to be in the cancer fund. I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is a bill that I think is going to be great for Colorado. It's a bill that does add a 6 cents fuel at the refining point. But what that money goes to is it goes to communities and corridors impacted by fuel and by the transportation of fuel. Members, it also, this is a bill about making sure that our roads are safer, that our air is cleaner. It actually creates a program that helps get some of our older diesel trucks off of the program, a grant program that we can help incentivize that and get some of the newer trucks on. We can see a tangible difference in that when we get newer trucks onto the road. And we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help these small business owners do that. It also replaces the existing enterprise zone commercial vehicle investment tax credit with the clean commercial truck tax credit, and also extends the petroleum and other fuels storage tank fund to make sure that we're helping out the cleanup of those whenever that comes to fruition. And then lastly, members, we are investing in making sure that we're taking care of those who take care of us, and investing in the Cancer Fund and making sure that the hazmat troopers are eligible to be in that Cancer Fund as well. And so, again, touching a number of different areas, but at the end of the day, what this bill does is it makes sure that our roads are safer and that our communities are safer and that the air in our communities is cleaner. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Pelton. There's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L010.
Amendment L010 by
Senator
Senator
Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator for bringing this bill. Of course, being from agriculture.
Senator
and
Pelton, sorry to interrupt. Could you please move Amendment L010?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L010.
Great. To the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So being from agriculture and from a air quality attainment zone, what this amendment would do would be to exempt ag trucks out in attainment zone, but basically all ag trucks, because 98% of them operate in an air quality attainment zone, from paying the fee. So that's what this amendment would do.
Is there further discussion? Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Cheyenne Wells. Definitely, I think we're willing to have that conversation. I haven't been able to kind of digest and figure out how we could do that, but I think this is a valid conversation that we should be having, making sure that we're not having unintended consequences. So my commitment that we will continue having that conversation. I think for today, I would ask for a no vote, but I think that we should continue having that conversation to see if that we can address the concerns that the senator from Cheyenne Wells brought. But for today, I would ask for a no vote to give us time to maybe work on that.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the commitment to work on it. But I guess, you know, this chamber is the one that I have a little bit of control in, so this is where I would like to see a yes vote to put this amendment on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 283? Senator Priola. I'm sorry, 280. My fault. Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 280. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 280 is adopted. Ms. Cole, please read the title of Senate Bill 283.
Senate Bill 283, Senator Zenzinger, concerning mechanisms to utilize federal funding under federal infrastructure-related acts.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 283 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
It appropriated the money for the bill.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report?
Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is regarding a fund that we created last year in Senate Bill 22-215, which allocated $80.25 million general fund to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act cash fund. This funding provides the state with match support resources and maximizes the state's ability to leverage state matching for infrastructure projects allowed under the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. In Senate Bill 215 from last year, from that bill, we've appropriated $60 million total, and the remaining $20.25 million is unappropriated and currently sits in the cash fund. Senate Bill 283 transfers an additional $84 million to the IIJA cash fund and $5 million to the State Highway Cash Fund. The transfer to the IIJA cash fund will further maximize Colorado's ongoing and new investments in the state's most critical and innovative infrastructure needs, and the transfer to the State Highway Cash Fund will help strengthen CDOT's operational capacity related to the development of the Front Range Passenger Rail, which will receive IIJA funding. I'm sure that there will be some questions about how the funds are dispersed, what are we doing right now, what those awards are, and how we have strong support from our local agencies, and how we can use the money in support of our state agencies. But for the sake of time, I will stop there, as I'm sure that we will have a robust conversation. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a bill that basically the governor started off with $91 million that he wanted of general fund money is how it started. And we heard this bill in the Joint Budget Committee, and we heard this suggestion in the Joint Budget Committee. First, when they were requesting a supplemental and requesting additional spending authority. What I found most interesting when we were doing this is it was through the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. When I asked what the original, they've spent about $23 million at that point. When I'd asked them how much and what they had spent it on, I couldn't get a straight answer. I mean, I'm thinking as a former executive director, if somebody asked me where I spent $21 million in the last 6 months, last 8 months, I'd be able to tell them where I spent that on. And I wasn't able to get the information that day. I find that kind of concerning. And it was implied during that discussion that the funds were going to be used for working with local governments to help get projects, infrastructure projects done around the state and working with local governments. Then when we start getting to the idea of whether or not the JBC should carry a bill on this, which you know that we are not because of me, and we get to the bill, I find it interesting that in the bill it says essentially that the cash fund that's being set up, and they're asking for now an additional $84 million of cash funds to go into the IIJA cash fund. The other funds have actually been appropriate to specific projects or specific areas, which at least I feel a little bit better about. But the funds, $84 million that are going into this cash fund, may be expended by the Office of the Governor and any principal department of the state, subject to approval by the governor. Now, I'm not used to going through a budget process and giving up authority and giving up approval authority to someone else. I understand it's a little bit different here in the state. We have a legislative branch, an executive branch, and a judicial branch. But it's the legislative branch that is supposed to appropriate the funds and approve the projects, not the governor. And I guess I'm not so willing to give them this much leeway to be able to say it could go to any state, any principal department. So during our discussions, the governor's office actually put forward where they believe the funding should go. And it should be going to transportation, water, power and grid, broadband, local and tribal match needs. All laudable places to go. If I wasn't opposed to just taking $91 million, or in this case, $84 million out of the, actually it's $86 million, out of the general fund just to hand over to the governor to go spend anywhere, I guess these areas are okay, and we can match them up. What I am trying to get to, and I do have an amendment, so I'm going to pull it forward now so I can talk about the amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L004.
Amendment L004 by
Senator
Senator
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the amendment says this: if we're going to give the governor $84 million, he shouldn't just get to slush it around and use it wherever he decides is the best place to use it. They came in with a proposal and said, here's where the funds should be used. I'm thinking we should make sure that we hold them to that, so that there is accountability here and that there is transparency. That's our job. The legislature sets the budget. The legislature determines where the money should be spent, not necessarily the governor all the time. So my amendment simply says $84 million is going to go there. You told us in committee, you put out all over every place, you told us in hearings and at the Joint Budget Committee that the funds were going to be used for transportation, and you gave us dollar amounts: transportation, water, power and grid, broadband, local and tribal need match. My amendment simply follows what the governor's office said they were going to use the money for. They said they were going to use it for transportation. So this plan says, and instead of just any transportation need, this $84 million, $18 million would go to match transportation projects that are identified in the 10-year plan, which makes sense to me. Those are projects that have gone through a local bottom-up approach where people out in the community, in fact, the director of the Department of Transportation, when we were going through the statewide planning process, said most robust public process ever happened for this 10-year development plan. So $18 million, which would line up with what the governor asked for in transportation, is a match that is going to transportation projects identified in a 10-year plan that the public throughout the state, one of the most robust public processes ever, said this is where our transportation project should go. The next thing on the governor's list was water, and he wanted $30 million for water programs to replace lead pipes, elimination of harmful chemicals, and then other water projects. Don't disagree with where it's going, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that in this bill, $30 million for water programs, it would go to water programs in coordination with local governments, which is what they told us in committee several times, to replace lead lines, increase funds for eliminations of harmful chemicals and particulates in drinking water, and other projects. The key here is they need to be working with local governments. The state health department shouldn't just be picking these projects out of the blue. There is a lot of planning processes that go in place. There are a lot of projects that are already shovel ready to go. They need to work in coordination with local governments. But again, I didn't change the amount that the governor was asking for, but he did tell us it was supposed to be going to water projects. So let's just put that in statute so there's no question about where the funds are going. So it's not going to just any principal department. It is actually going to these areas. The next area is $1.5 million for phase 1 of hydrogen hubs. That's exactly what the governor came in and said he wanted to use the money for, the match for. So I put it in the law. Again, shouldn't be just anywhere the governor says yes. We shouldn't just be pushing this money over to him and saying, giving this money to him and saying, yeah, use it anywhere, when he came in and said he wanted to use it for these things specifically. So my amendment says, then use it for these things specifically. The last item here, oh wait, no, there's 2 more items. The governor's request, when he came in and asked for these funds, $10 million to local and tribal match needs. Amendment says $10 million worth of funds for local and tribal agencies' match needs, projects that are not eligible for the state, which is exactly what the governor said he wanted. The next one is for increase to broadband access. In his proposal, he had increase broadband access. Isn't hard to put it in here, and I put it in these exact same words. So of this $84 million that we are now talking about, because $5 million has already been determined where it's going to specifically, another $2 million was determined where it's going to specifically. So now we're at $84 million. So of that $84 million, $24.5 million would go to broadband access, just like they asked for. What my amendment says, or what my amendment does, says you asked for this much money, you asked to have it spent in this kind of category, we're going to hold you accountable. And the amendment says right here, write exactly what you asked for, we're going to hold you accountable to these numbers. So I asked for an aye vote on L004. I think it makes sense, it follows what his request was, and it still holds him accountable so that the $84 million can't go to just any principal department. Thank you, and again, ask for an aye vote on L004.
Senator Zenzinger. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the sponsor of the amendment for the comments. I don't disagree that it would be helpful to have a little more accountability. Unfortunately, when it comes to how we are hoping to spend these monies, these are targets. But because this is about federal funds, and 8 months out of the year we are not down here, we do need to have and maintain a little bit of flexibility. It all comes down to it's iterative. We know what we want to spend the money on, but it's a competitive grant process, so we might not get it. If we might not get it in one area, we might get it in another where we are able to get more money in a particular area. It's an iterative process. I do appreciate the accountability request, and so we have an amendment that will be forthcoming. Instead of the annual reporting that is already in the bill, we are suggesting that we do quarterly reporting to the Joint Budget Committee so that when we do our quarterly JBC meetings to do the forecast, we will also receive a report on where the monies have been spent to date, so that we can just track it a little bit more closely instead of annually. But the intent is there, but we just need to, while we're in the interim, allow the fund to have the flexibility so that they can really draw down on the opportunities that are out there, and because it's competitive, we might not get it. So I would ask for a no vote on the amendment, but I do understand the intent that is behind it. I don't disagree with that, and ask that we vote no on this, and then I would ask for your support later in a forthcoming amendment. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L004 is lost. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are in the process of getting that amendment drafted, so I did want to speak a little bit to some of the oversight of the fund. So on November 28th of 2022, the Colorado Recovery Office within the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, also known as OEDIT, provided the Joint Budget Committee with a briefing on the management and the implementation of the state efforts to maximize this drawdown of these federal dollars of the IIJA funding for Colorado. So we received this briefing. We did ask a lot of questions about where the money was going, which is right now divvied up into these various categories, as you just heard from the good senator from Weld County. So we are trying to look at some investment areas. We believe that in the area of transportation, we are probably going to need a minimum of $61.2 million, which would be the estimated agency match that would be needed to support. For water projects, we estimate that we would need approximately $30 million in order to draw down those federal dollars. We are looking to spend and pursue projects around the power grid. We think that we are going to need approximately $1.5 million. I say approximately because we don't really know. Also, we have to kind of wait for any of the guidance that we receive from the federal government regarding these funds as well. We are also hoping to spend a significant portion of the funding with our broadband and OIT needs. Approximately $51.6 million is what we are estimating that we will need, as well as $10 million for our local tribes to use it for their match needs as well. So all total, we suspect that we will need around $153 million. This would be able to leverage what we believe is $1 billion in potential federal aid for these infrastructure and investment projects. So far, as the federal guidelines are being updated and as they are evolving, it will be critical for Colorado to be well positioned so that we can be competitive, so that we can win those grants. The state has developed these strategic targets that I just spoke about, but the targets may need to be adjusted as the federal guidelines are adjusted. This will allow Colorado to maximize our competitiveness. Right now, we believe that the state, as soon as we get our amendment here that we are having drafted, will allow us to do some more rigorous reporting so that we can keep track of it. But right now, we have approximately $23 million that has been unallocated, and we have loosely mapped out where we think that that will go as far as Q1 of 2023. $2.1 million for implementation resources, $3.8 million for local capacity support, $11 million for CDPHE water projects, and $6 million for a local direct match support. Madam Chair, may I request a senatorial 5 as I check in on the amendment?
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In lieu of a senatorial 5, I would love to talk about why I think this bill is fantastic. So, Colorado is a net giver state. That means that we pay more in taxes to the federal government than we get back from the federal government. And this bill today is one way to take a little bit of Colorado state money and turn it into a whole heck of a lot of federal dollars. And I, for one, am sick of sending more money off to D.C. than we get back. We do not need in Colorado to be subsidizing other states around the country. We should be getting our fair share. Other states are getting that money. We should be getting that money too. This is an investment in getting more money back. People know you got to spend money to make money. This is one of the ways we do that. And if we're going to be competitive with other states, we need flexibility in how we use those dollars. If we were a year-round legislature, certainly not if we were 90 days, we potentially could be here to give a yes or no on each individual project as it comes through. But because we're not, because we are limited to 120 days, we need to make sure that the folks who are out there applying for all of these different programs, applying to, in this competitive grant process, to get those dollars back into the state, that they have the flexibility they need to be successful in those efforts. And to that end, though, we want flexibility with accountability, and that is why there is an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Well, Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L006.
Amendment L006 by Senator Bridges.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, members, the current law says that on or before October 1st of 2022 and on or before October 1, a yearly report would happen. We are, with this amendment, changing it to a quarterly basis, beginning on July 1 of 2023.
Senator Zenzinger, could you please move the amendment?
I move Amendment L006.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L006 is adopted. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 283? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 283. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 283 is adopted. Ms. Cole, please read the title of Senate Bill 285.
Senate Bill 285, Senators Priola and Hansen, Representative McCormick, concerning energy and carbon management regulation in Colorado and in connection therewith, changing the name of the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to the Energy and Carbon Management Commission and broadening the commission's regulatory authority to include the regulation of certain geothermal resource operations and interstate underground natural gas storage facilities.
Thank you. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move Senate Bill 285 and the Agriculture and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we adopted 4 amendments in the Ag Natural Resources. The first one is making sure we got the language right on the non-tributary groundwater. The second amendment makes sure that we match existing structure and name when it comes to the Coal Mining Regulatory Authority, which we had misdrafted in the original introduced version. Amendment 3 reinforces local control of land use decisions when it comes to these types of projects. And then finally, on the fourth amendment, we were just making sure we had the language right on the creation of a new website for the department. And I urge your acceptance of the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report. Senator Priola.
Speak to the appropriations.
We have to adopt it first.
The question before us is the adoption of the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we appropriated the funds to the bill.
Is there further discussion about the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Ms. Cole, please read the amendment L005.
Amendment L005.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L005 to Senate Bill 285.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, L5 essentially makes sure that the statutory references to the old name get changed appropriately throughout the statute books if we adopt Senate Bill 285. And so I urge your support to make sure we get this right throughout the CRS.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L005 is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just placed an amendment on the desk.
Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L006.
Amendment L006 by
Senator
Priola.
Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L6, I move L6 to Senate Bill 285.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This is just a drafting error that we found in between committee and the floor, and we just insert the word underground to make sure we're talking about the right part of the infrastructure on hydrogen that the commission will have jurisdiction on.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L006 is adopted. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard this bill in Ag and Natural Resources Committee last week, introduced on a Tuesday and before the committee on Thursday. An interesting bill. We're changing the name of the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to the Energy and Carbon Management Commission and broadening the commission's regulatory authority. So for me in particular, in the bill, particularly in the summary, there's a description of Section 7 where defines different types of geothermal operations and bifurcates the regulation of the different operations. So when we talked about bifurcating the different operations, for me, water rights immediately become, because they're talking about bifurcating between the Division of Water Resources and now the new Energy and Carbon Management Commission. You start talking about the potential impacts to water rights across the community, and I really wasn't comfortable in committee with a complete grasp of what we were trying to accomplish and were there safeguards in place to assure water rights are being protected. you talk about, particularly in the geothermal space, you're referencing a number of designated basins across the state. There are a handful of designated basins, and generally those are groundwater systems that are non-tributary to surface water systems. Very unique than the rest of the state, where groundwater is tributary to surface water systems, and how you deal in the space of the doctrine of prior appropriation becomes very paramount in these discussions. So, and then I'm not quite sure, but in one of the designated basins, we've actually carved out the Denver Aquifer from geothermal resource development, or at least consideration of geothermal resources. So, again, the nuances around water rights were of concern to me, so I voted no in it in committee, but I did spend some time with the Division of Water Resources staff afterwards to get an appreciation and build confidence that water rights were indeed being protected in this space. There's that bifurcation between DWR and the new commission has a drill depth of 2,500 feet. So there's a level of expertise in what was the Oil and Gas Commission about how you drill and complete a well more than 2,000 feet deep, 2,500 feet deep. DWR still has authority over the administration of water rights in those instances. But it can be a complicated discussion. I did get, again, a comfort level around water administration, but part of the bill includes geothermal districts. I had no idea what a geothermal district was. I was actually asked and was given a reference to the statutory language in Title 37, Article 90.5 about geothermal resources. We don't have any of these geothermal districts established yet. Under this piece of legislation, there are more guidelines to the division engineer about how those are set up and what the expectations are. But it gave me an opportunity to read Article 90.5. And so part of that reading of 90.5 and geothermal resources, it did afford me an opportunity to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L007.
Amendment L007 by Senator
Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L007.
To the amendment.
Madam Chair, so when I referenced Article 90.5, in statute, under the legislative declaration, there's language that says the General Assembly hereby declares that while the doctrine of prior appropriation is and always has been expressly recognized with respect to geothermal resources, such doctrine should be modified to permit the full economic development of the resource. That's problematic in my space, and the amendment just strikes that language in 3790.5102C about we should modify the doctrine of prior appropriation. Pretty simple, and I think I only found this morning. I did share it with DNR and with the sponsors. I would ask for an aye vote on L007.
Senator Priola.
We see this as a friendly amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L007 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Priola.
Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 285. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 285 is adopted. Ms. Cole, please read the title of Senate Bill 290.
Senate Bill 290, Senator Fenberg, concerning natural medicine.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 290 along with the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance Committee had a long hearing on April 20th at 4:20 p.m. And we discussed the bill, but also made two amendments, one of which added recognition of federal tribes into some of the language, and then separately another amendment that took out some language that was concerning folks around remuneration for services and a few other aspects of the bill that needed clarifying.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. Senator Kirkmeyer, no. Is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee did what they do and appropriated some money for the bill.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Fredberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Senate Bill 290 is a bill that implements Proposition 122. Proposition 122 was on our ballot this past fall, and it did essentially two things. It legalized use and sharing of what it refers to as natural medicine, which includes mushrooms of the particular variety that includes psychedelic substances, as well as a few other substances. And then separately, in addition to decriminalizing those, it created a regulated side of natural medicine, which essentially allows a process for someone to go and get therapy at what is called a healing center by essentially a therapist, but they're referred to as facilitators. This creates a dual track process, so someone can access licensed therapy and services that have to do with natural medicine, but separately it allows the decriminalization and personal use of these substances as well. It's an intense bill because although Prop 122 was relatively complicated, we did need to move some of the sections around to make sure that they could be implemented by the different departments. It previously contemplated almost all of the regulations to be in Title 12 or DORA, and we thought it was best to leave some of the portions of the bill in Title 12, but several other portions in other areas of law, most notably in the Department of Revenue and CDPHE, just like we do for the regulated cannabis model that we have. We do have 3 amendments that I would like to offer that I think don't change the substance of the bill, but provide clarification of what we intended to do in the first place.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L014.
Amendment L014 by Senator Fenberg.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L014.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment does a couple of things. It restores the number of licenses that someone can have an interest in to what was in Prop 122, and it also clarifies what you can receive compensation for when you're providing services related to the use of natural medicine. So you still are not allowed to sell the substances or the products, but you can be compensated for basic services related to it. But it does clarify that it still is not a commercial or for-profit enterprise, but is simply being compensated for basic services and health and safety parameters and things like that.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L014. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L014 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L015.
Amendment L015.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L15.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is based on conversations with district attorneys as well as criminal justice reform advocates and the public defenders. And this is, or sorry, not the public defenders, but criminal defense bar. This is doing a few things, but most notably, I think it adds mens rea to some of the criminal aspects of the bill, making it clear that you had to have knowingly committed the acts. And then separately, it also clarifies that the bill only applies to offenses committed on or after July 1st, 2023 for the bill.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L015? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L015 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L016.
Amendment L016 by Senator Fenberg.
Senator
amend the printed-
Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L16.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is pretty simple, but enables the testing of natural medicine prior to the regulated testing program being stood up. So right now, the testing, the licensure, all of the regulated side is not actually going to be up and running until early 2025, most likely. So there's about a year worth of rulemaking and figuring out the processes to get everything in place. This allows someone to get natural medicine tested prior to that if they would like to.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L016 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There may be more discussion or amendments being offered by others, but I just wanted to say this, is a bill that we've been working on for quite a while. The departments have been very involved and incredibly helpful in making sure that we get this right. We have met with and worked with numerous stakeholders that have an interest in making sure that this is successful. This is a unique proposition that was approved by the voters. We are now in the place where we are implementing this. Whether you supported it or not, it's on us to make sure it's successful. A lot of work went into this, but I fully expect that this won't be the last bill on natural medicine. We likely will have a bill next year based on a lot of the work that is going to happen on the regulated side over the next several months. And there's probably things that will come out of that process that will require us to run cleanup legislation next year and perhaps again into the future. I want to thank the drafter, Jacob Baus, for all of his hard work in helping us get this right. It was a huge lift, and he did an amazing job on it. And I want to thank everybody else who weighed in and provided feedback and input to help us get this close to as right as possible, knowing that there are going to be additional things that we're going to have to do to make sure we get it right. But a lot of people are watching. This is something that most states have not ventured to do. It's important that we get it right. I also want to say, as much as we maybe joke about the topic here, it is a very serious issue. And a lot of people have found incredible value in using these medicines to help them with mental health disorders and other issues. And I'm excited that Colorado is on the forefront of making sure that we provide a safe and responsible manner for people to access these medicines in a more regulated manner. And I think there is a lot of value on the decriminalization side of these substances as well. And there's a lot that we have yet to learn. There have been indigenous folks who have been using these substances for literally thousands of years. And I think when it comes to the government being involved in this space, there's still so much more to learn from them, their communities, and the professionals that will be working in this field moving forward. But thank you all for your time. I will defer to others with their comments at this time.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to thank the good senator from Boulder County. There has been a lot of work that's been done on this. And there will be a lot of work still to come. Just like when marijuana was first approved, I mean, it took years to get it right. And there were a lot of issues. And I appreciate the conversation that we had in committee. Yes, I sat on the Finance Committee for this. Highlighted my day. And, but there's a lot of conversation how mushrooms are used for spiritual needs, medicinal, recreational. There was a lot of, I'm sure there have been people who have tried mushrooms. I don't know, but I have not, even though maybe I sound like I have. But There were people, though, who got up and spoke about the problems with the mushrooms and about how they lost loved ones, lost children, lost their son. And that was pretty heartbreaking to hear. So I'm sure, and again, I know the good senator from Boulder has put a lot of time and effort into this along with a lot of other folks, but there's still a lot that needs to be done. We still need to address some of the law enforcement's concerns. I think we're getting there, but we just don't know how it's going to go. I mean, when you start off saying things like you can't sell it, but you can share it, and then you start thinking, but how do you share it? And how do you know they aren't selling it? And if they're trading for services, is that the same as selling it? I mean, there's just a lot that's here that needs to still be unpacked. Proposition 122 allowed mushrooms and healing centers originally, only passed with 53.64% of the vote. And in fact, we had a map that was handed out to us. I'll show it to you. You can see the orange is where it passed, and the blue is where it did not pass. So there were a lot of counties where it did not pass in, and it was pretty close in the first place. So that means there are a lot of voters, plenty of voters out there who did not want mushrooms. They did not want them approved. And if you heard some of the testimony, you would have heard from people who basically, like I said, their son passed away, loved ones died from mushrooms. They think it needs to be more regulated, to the range of people who pushed the measure, who, quite frankly, I think they were shocked that their measure passed because they didn't have a lot of money to spend on it. So anyways, there were plenty of voters who did not want this. And unlike what had happened with marijuana, where there was the authority within the Constitution for local governments to ban it, in this statutory provision, so this is not a constitutional provision, it's a statutory provision, it doesn't allow for local governments to ban these healing centers as stated in the bill or as stated in the law. So local government, there's local control that allows local governments to be responsive to the needs and wants of this area, but there isn't really clear local control within the bill about how they're going to address at a local level these healing centers. And this whole concept of you can't sell it, but you can share it. And they started talking about healing centers, and I'm like, and they refer to them as a business. And if it's a business, doesn't that mean they're selling something? And then it's like, well, we were told they're selling a service. But somewhere in there, you're taking the mushrooms. So somewhere, there, it seems to me like you are creating a business for it and selling it. But who knows? It's a very fine line, and it's going to take a while for us to get across it. But the language that prohibits local governments in the bill from adopting resolutions or ordinances that are unreasonable or in conflict with the bill poses the question of how much local control will actually exist. What's going to happen in our local neighborhoods? Where will these healing centers or these businesses be allowed to site? Where will they be located? This is incredibly broad language that can and will threaten time, place, and manner regulations at the local level. You may end up with a healing center or a business in your local neck of the woods. In fact, there was discussion even about how people are doing things out of their home. So you could have this in the home right next to you, in your subdivision, in your neighborhood, and at this point it doesn't feel like local government can really do very much about that to ensure that you're not being negatively impacted, your health, welfare, and safety is not being negatively impacted by Proposition 122 that went through. Marijuana, tobacco, and liquor are all regulated at the local level. So it seems that it would make sense that mushrooms too should be regulated to some extent at the local level. I think we get it. I think local governments get it that you can't ban it, but they should be able to regulate it in a way that protects the health, welfare, and safety of their citizens, of the people who live and work and have other businesses in their community. Senate Bill 290 deviates from this method that it has been working so well and allows for state licensing of facilities without any local input outside of time, place, and manner restrictions, and personal use and cultivation without any local regulations. Local governments don't know where the healing centers what they will actually look like, because we just don't know. You don't know what you don't know, and nobody knows. In fact, we heard from several people in committee that were kind of all over the place. And I guess I would not define someone providing a service where they give or share mushrooms with someone else in their home a healing center. But I'm thinking some of the people that testified that day probably would. Proponents are saying they will look and operate like medical facilities, which again poses a question. What would be a reasonable or unreasonable or conflict if a local government has an ordinance or a regulation or a requirement in zoning? They do for medical facilities. So if a healing center is supposed to operate and look like a medical facility, why are we prohibiting local governments or not allowing local governments to have some more local control here? There's also nothing in this bill that would prohibit healing centers from looking just like a dispensary. I mean, we've been through a lot with the marijuana dispensaries. In fact, marijuana dispensaries were able to stay open during COVID, which was kind of crazy because churches had to close, but pot shops got to stay open. But the discussion in the committee was that they could look like dispensaries with flashing lights and big mushroom signs. That just feels like something we should be having some ability to control more at the local level. Local control would allow a jurisdiction that is on the fence about allowing these facilities the ability to wait and see how they're actually being implemented before rolling them out in a community near you. So I do have a couple amendments that speak to this. And again, though, I would agree with the good senator from Boulder. This is a serious issue. I know there was a lot of laughter in the committee as we were watching people testify, but this is a serious issue. It took us a long time to figure out how to get it right with marijuana. Not sure that we're even there now. We still keep carrying more bills. But what we do know from our experience even with marijuana is that local elected officials need to have some ability, more ability than what's in this law, in this bill, to ensure and mitigate negative impacts, but to ensure the safety, the health, and well-being of their community. So with that, I'm going to introduce an amendment. I'm sure the good senator from Boulder County will love this amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L010? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L010.
Any discussion on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L010 offers, I'm sure I've got the right one here, offers local control for natural medicine businesses, or what they're calling healing centers, and closes what most local governments perceive to be a loophole of offering these services in private residences. I don't think that was the intention. The bill allows the facilitators the ability to offer their services in private homes, thus going around the regulated model of healing centers. So that's what's allowed currently in this legislation. This amendment would close that loophole and would allow for local control over the commercial and regulated healing centers. Remember, these are going to get a license. Throughout the testimony, we kept hearing them called a business. We hear them call facilities. They're supposed to look like a medical facilities. When we ask questions about dispensaries, they're like, yeah, it could look like that too. So again, Let's make sure local governments have the ability to provide for the health, welfare, and safety of their citizens. And I urge an aye vote on L010.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment of L010. We really have to look at it as a business. I mean, we've been able to control everything from marijuana to tobacco to as local control. And we want to make sure that, is there an issue? Okay. We want to make sure that moving forward that we're treating this like a business as well. And like the good senator from Brighton had said up here, when they're going to call it like, if they're going to call it like a medical center for these healing centers, then it should also look like that as well when it comes to commercial businesses and not residences. So I ask for an aye vote on amendment L010. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked for a no vote on this amendment. We were just chatting real quick to make sure I understood what this was getting at, but there is language in Prop 122 about providing these services in someone's home. So it does reference that in the original language that was approved by voters. That same concept is reflected in the bill, the implementing bill, but it doesn't say in blanket form it's allowed. It says that the department shall adopt rules to determine when and if and how that would be allowed. My understanding, and we can get more clarification if needed, is that doesn't mean that a healing center would be inside of a home. What it would mean is that a facilitator could go to someone's home to provide the services. I think the point there is that some people will be using these services for all kinds of reasons. But some people might not be able to leave their home, or for whatever it is, whatever the condition is they're treating, can't leave their home. For some people, this is for end-of-life therapy. And so I think it is just saying that the department is allowed to consider when it would be appropriate for a facilitator to offer these services in someone's home. It is not meant to allow someone to turn their home into a facility where you're just like kind of seeing customers every day kind of thing. The healing centers themselves will still be licensed facilities off-site, but this bill allows a facilitator, if the department allows it and adopts rules, to go to someone's home to provide those services. But again, it doesn't automatically allow it. It just says to the extent that it is allowed by the department, it is permitted. I will also say that this is one of those areas that I think we haven't totally unpacked or uncovered the uses or the impact or what it's going to look like. And that's what this next year is all about. This bill, at the end of the day, provides basic rulemaking authority, funding, to get this program up and running, and that's going to take a while. And I fully expect that after rulemaking and once the board meets and they deliberate and they get stakeholder input through the rulemaking process, that they're going to come back with recommendations. And this could be an area where they have very specific recommendations on when this is allowed, when it's not, or they could say, actually, we're not going to allow this for now. We think it's too risky, and we want to wait a few years until we further understand what these services would look like. So I don't think anything is going to happen in people's homes in the near term on the regulated side. I would also say that my understanding of this amendment is then you would say that services could happen in someone's home, but only if they're unregulated, which I don't think is the intent. We want people to use the regulated process if that's what's right for them. But this, I don't think, would change the decriminalization side, which still allows, right now, even if this bill doesn't pass, still allows people to offer services in someone's home for them, even if they are unlicensed by the state. But keep in mind that no licenses will be issued on the regulated side until, at the earliest, January of 2025. So we have an entire whole legislative session to decide if we want to do additional legislating and rulemaking before any license is going to be issued. So I think to make sure we don't do any harm and do something accidental, we should wait. because no license will be issued in the meantime anyways.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the conversation and appreciate the explanation from the good Senator from Boulder. But I would say that the amendment does not prohibit a facilitator, so that is someone who is licensed, from providing natural medicine services at private residences. So a facilitator would still be able to go to a private residence and provide natural medicine services. What it does is it restricts the practice of facilitation in a residence as a form of a home occupation. So you can't have a home business or home occupation. But if you are a natural medicine service facilitator, you're providing that service, you can go to a private residence for end of life or for any other reason, but you can't have a home occupation in your home in the middle of a subdivision. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, L010 is a bill that offers local control. It closes a perceived loophole of offering these services in private residences. And I think there's some disagreement about the language, but that so often happens with propositions. And we need to ensure that there's some clarity. The bill allows facilitators the ability to offer their services in private homes, thus going around the regulated model of healing centers. The amendment closes that loophole and would allow for local control over the commercial regulated healing centers and activities in private residences. Colleagues, marijuana, tobacco, and alcohol are all regulated at the local level. And even Kratom allows for local control as well. SB 290, as it's drafted without these amendments, deviates from the methods that's been working so well and allows for state licensing of facilities without any local input. L010, along with the companion amendment that I think will be offered, would restore this matter of local control. The good senator from North Peltonia had a chart here. You see, everybody in red passed Amendment 122. Sort of the Front Range and the mountain resort areas and a little bit on the western slope. But if you look, and as you can see, there were large amounts of Colorado, large land areas, and important communities that voted no. In keeping with this model that we have of Colorado of allowing marijuana, tobacco, and liquor to be largely locally controlled, we need to pass these amendments. And we need to do so starting with L010. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have my doubts on this amendment, mainly because we're acting as if Amendment 64 on marijuana and the passage of the psychedelic mushrooms legislation or ballot measure are the same thing. They are two incredibly different things in that what Amendment 64 did, which is beautiful and wonderful, and I very much support it, is it discussed where that a local community could opt in to sell, to allow for the sale of marijuana products, and et cetera, et cetera. There are no sales. This is much more approved by the voters of Colorado to be used as a medicine and more of a medical style facility, something that would look much more like a dentist office in a building versus a marijuana shop or a dispensary selling marijuana. there are no sales of these products, so there's no storefronts, there's no sales, as in Amendment 64. Amendment 64 was entirely about these, whether you would allow for the sales in the shops in your community or not. There are no sales, there are no shops. These are more medical facilities being used by our veterans and many others in the state of Colorado.
President Feinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I read this amendment several times. I still am not certain I know what it does, but I think it may do the opposite of what we are talking about. So this amendment, I think, allows for the total prohibition of natural medicine healing centers in a city. So a city could do literally the opposite of what the proposition said. So the proposition said you can't ban them. I think this says you can ban them, and if you do, you have to allow the services to be offered in someone's home. So in those cities, this would say you have to allow natural medicine services in private homes, which I think is the opposite. So this amendment would mean natural medicine services would be offered in homes, not commercial properties. So the argument that we don't want to allow this because it would change the neighborhood doesn't align, because this expressly says in those cities you can only offer the services in a private home, not in a healing center. So again, I think it's counter to what the voters approved, but also I think it does the opposite of what we've been discussing. So either way, I would say vote no on this amendment.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L010. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L011?
Amendment L011 by Senator Crookmeyer, amend the printed bill, page 41.
Senator Crookmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L011.
Any discussion on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L011, again, talks and speaks towards local control. And it states a local jurisdiction may prohibit the establishment and operation of natural medicine businesses and the cultivation and manufacture of natural medicine or natural medicine product for personal use by an ordinance enacted by the governing body or through the enactment of an initiated or referred measure, so from the citizens. And then it goes on to say, upon receiving notice of a prohibition under this section, the state licensing authority shall cease licensing any natural medicine businesses or premises in the jurisdiction. This amendment offers local control over healing centers or natural medicine businesses. And it allows for local control over personal use, cultivation. The local control is authorized here via either a local measure, so an ordinance through the local government, or by a vote of the people. So it's again to offer local control. So we understand, and you saw the map. Not every county, not every location voted for mushrooms in their community. Typically, and other types of land use issues, and other types of things that are occurring in their neighborhood, the public can initiate, they can go to their local government and ask them to put it on the ballot, or they can refer it and they can petition it onto the ballot to determine what their neighborhood looks like, what their community looks like, what's available. And this goes back to my comment before. For those communities where they said, no, we don't want to try this out in our community, where maybe they're on the fence about it, or maybe they want to wait and see what happens in other communities before they try it out in their community, this amendment would allow that to happen, again, through a local ordinance or through a vote of the people. People get to vote on things, especially either by petitioning it onto the ballot or going to their local government and asking them to put it on the ballot. They should get to determine locally what occurs in their neighborhood, in their community, in their town, in their city. So again, this is about local control. This is about the people having the opportunity to voice what they feel should be occurring in their community. I ask for an aye vote on L011.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we've had lots of discussions about this is not the same as marijuana, and I agree. But let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's use the same thing that we're doing with marijuana, where we give the local control to the counties. I just want to talk about this map again, because the entirety of my district voted no. And it just feels like that here we go again, where the entire state gets to choose for my communities. I think that this amendment really brings in the local control effort that should be done in our communities, where we put it on the ballot for people to decide. When I was a commissioner, we asked to keep a sales tax on the ballot, or on our, to keep collecting it for maintenance of our buildings, because our buildings were starting to deteriorate, and we asked the people to do that. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the voters of Logan County decided to do that. We should do that with this. I mean, I would argue that my people already voted in Logan County and said no to mushrooms. But let's do it again. I bet you they say no a second time. But they should be able to do that. They should have that power to do so. I ask for an aye vote on L011.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked for a no vote on L11. First of all, this, again, very explicitly does the opposite of what voters just approved at the ballot. This bill does implement the spirit of what voters did at the ballot and makes some small changes so that it can be implemented. But this, I think, would be very core to be against the intent of the voters. The ballot measure specifically said local governments cannot ban natural medicine in their jurisdiction, but they can regulate it in terms of time, manner, and place. That's what the provision says. If it was silent on all of this, I think it would be a reasonable discussion. But by approving this amendment, we would literally be doing the opposite of what voters just approved. And I understand that this ballot measure did not pass in every county. But there are a lot of statewide ballot measures that do and don't pass in some counties. But if it's a state law, it's a state law. We still have to all follow it. That's how it works. Unless it specifically provides the opportunity for a local government to opt out, like Amendment 64 did on cannabis. So I would urge a no vote. Secondly, the way this amendment is crafted, I just want to make sure folks understand what it would do. This would allow a local government to ban licensed businesses from providing natural medicine services. It would not ban unlicensed businesses from providing natural medicine, because the decriminalization aspects of the law would still be in effect, and you can still provide services for compensation as long as you are not selling the product itself. So I don't think we are saying that we want a city or a county to ban licensed activity, but still allow them to do unlicensed activity that has no regulations or oversight from health departments, the state, and others who are looking out for the consumer interest. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Regulation with regard to time, manner, and place, if that is permissible and accepted by the sponsor and the regulatory apparatus, would it be possible then for a local jurisdiction to say time between 1 p.m. and 1:05 p.m. on Mondays, manner, an extremely challenging manner for receiving or delivering the product, and place at a treehouse yet to be constructed in Town Square. Would that be an acceptable response as people try to, quite frankly, as the great tradition of the West is, keep the jurisdiction of authority as close to the people as possible? Would my time, manner, and place solution for a municipality be acceptable?
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would never recommend that you eat mushrooms in a treehouse. You don't want to do that. Just joking. No, the bill specifically says that a local government can't adopt an ordinance that would be unreasonable, that would essentially keep someone from accessing the services or the medicine. And I think that would be unreasonable. So no, and if a government tried to do that or something like that, I assume it would be challenged, and I don't think it would be upheld.
Senator Lundin.
Fair enough, and reasonable is in the eye of the beholder, certainly something that courts could help us sort out, and I would substitute in my illustration a treehouse for a dank basement somewhere, a better place for mushrooms.
Seeing no further treehouse discussions, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L011. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and L011 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 290. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and 290 is adopted. Will the clerk, Ms. Cole, please read Senate Bill 294, title?
Senate Bill 294, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Buckenfield, concerning increases in the amount of transfers from the general fund to the capital construction fund to be made on July 1st, 2023.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 294 and the appropriations report.
I am not seeing an appropriations report.
It was the committee of reference.
It was the committee of reference.
That's why. Any discussion on the appropriations report?
Well, then there is no report, because there was no appropriation.
There's no.
We're good.
So to the bill.
I just heard it. I am good. Thank you. Thank you. Good, Senator. Okay, we're getting there.
Senator
I did
Zenzinger.
move the bill.
So we move the bill and ask for your aye vote.
I moved the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 294. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 294 is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to say thank you to the good senator from Commerce City for saying I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Always.
We have returned to Senate Bill 14. We have adopted the committee report. Is there discussion on the bill? Ms. Cole, will you please? Mr. Majority Leader.
Are you ready? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 14. So I'm just moving it to put it back.
Okay.
Got it? Oh, sorry. Yeah, please. Yeah, 14. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Senate Bill 14, Senator Moreno, Representative Lindsay, concerning establishing the Office of Disordered Eating Prevention in the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 14.
Any discussion on the bill? Senator Janelle. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L003?
Amendment L003 by Senator Janal, amend printed bill, page 3, line 16, strike and youth and substitute youth and older Coloradans, page 4, line 13, strike and youth and substitute.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 14. But there was one thing missing, and that was equity in regards to the types of folks that were to be treated in regards to eating disorders. And one group of people were left out, and this amendment, L003, which I move, includes older Coloradans, and it amends both the printed bill and the Appropriations Committee report to include older Coloradans, as well as youth and adults and older Coloradans. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, I rise in support of Amendment L003. Although the bill was referred by the Colorado Youth Advisory Council, it shouldn't mean that we should exclude older adults who also struggle with eating disorders. And thank you to the senator from Fort Collins for proposing the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L003 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L004?
Amendment L004 by Senator
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L004.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Much thanks to the drafter, Alana Rosen. She did catch that the language didn't flow quite right, and so instead of establishing reporting, we're just simply substituting reporting. I ask for an aye vote on L004.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L004. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L004 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 14. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 14 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 164?
Senate Bill 164, Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, Representatives Bacon and Weisman, concerning the continuation of the Sex Offender Management Board and in connection therewith,
Senator Gardner.
implementing the connections contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Sorry, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 164 and the Judiciary Committee report and Appropriations report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is the Sex Offender Management Board reauthorization. The Judiciary Committee report is very important here because it represents the work of significant stakeholders, including the board and board staff itself, the Department of Corrections, the CDAC, and the Office of Public Defender, and really focusing around what has been a longstanding problem of how to deal with offenders who are in the Department of Corrections and in getting them treatment. This bill creates a task force to come up with recommendations, to do so very quickly and bring them back to us next year. Other than that, it reauthorizes the board for 5 years, and we ask for an aye vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This simply made the appropriation associated with reauthorization.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gonzalez. There is an amendment at the desk. Will Ms. Cole please read L038?
Amendment L038.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L38 to Senate Bill 164.
Any discussion on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment and the following amendment both amend the Judiciary Committee report and make technical corrections to the language. On this, L38 was at the request of the Department of Corrections, and it was just ensuring that we were being clear about who would be responsible. And so I ask for an aye vote on L038.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L038. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L038 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L039?
Amendment L039 by
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L039. Members, L039 is a really kind of a cleanup amendment of the Judiciary Committee report prepared at the request of Office of Public Defender, but with the concurrence of the other stakeholders. I won't go through the details. There are just some language clarifications and refinements, and this, again, has a concurrence of the stakeholders. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L039. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senator Gonzalez has it, and L039 is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is with great respect for the ways in which the Department of Corrections, the staff of the SOMB, the Office of the State Public Defender, and the District Attorney's Council have come together to be able to chart a path forward, that we bring forward this policy for your consideration on a consensus basis. This could have been a policy that brought forward a lot of division and a lot of different visions on how or whether or in what manner the SOMB should proceed. And yet, instead, we bring forward a policy that is rooted in consensus to protect public safety and to also ensure that individuals who are convicted of these offenses receive the appropriate treatment moving forward. Thank you to everyone who has put in so much time on this policy. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 164.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo the sentiments of the really good senator from Denver. The stakeholders really did come together. I think I can safely say that the really good senator from Denver and I are really pleased and proud of what we've done here. Know that you will hear next year about the Sex Offender Management Board, not for a reauthorization, but for some, hopefully some policy changes of how we can better address treatment and ultimately with due regard for public safety as well as rehabilitation, those who are serving indeterminate sentences in the Department of Corrections. We ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 164. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 164 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Sorry, Senator Gardner. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Ms. Cole, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 3 is amended, Senate Bill 176 is amended, Senate Bill 267 is amended, Senate Bill 280 is amended, Senate Bill 283 is amended, Senate Bill 285 is amended, Senate Bill 290 is amended, Senate Bill 294, Senate Bill 14 is amended, Senate Bill 164 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 3 is amended, 176 is amended, 267 is amended, 280 is amended, 283 is amended, 285 is amended, 290 is amended, 294, 14 is amended, 164 is amended, passed on second reading and order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 12?
Senate Bill 12, Senators Winter F. and Hinrichsen, Representatives Catlin and Froelich, concerning the enforcement of safety requirements for intrastate motor vehicle carriers and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 12.
Is there any discussion or explanation? Senator Hinrichsen?
Mr. President, the House made some conforming amendments that are technical in nature, and I ask for an aye vote.
Bunch of conformists over there, huh? The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 12. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 12.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 12. Are there any no votes? With a vote of With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 12 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 17?
Senate Bill 17, Senator Winter F., Representatives Wilford and Joseph, concerning the addition of qualifying uses of paid sick leave and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 17.
Is there any discussion? The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 17. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Van Winkle. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 17.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 17. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Simpson, Pelton B., Pelton R., Will, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundeen, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 17 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Sullivan, Cutter. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 39?
Senate Bill 39, Senator Buckner, Representative of Amabile, concerning measures to reduce family separation caused by a parent's detention and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 39.
Is there any discussion? The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 39. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 39.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 39. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundeen, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 25 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 39 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Exum, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 151?
Senate Bill 151, Senator Fields, Representatives Judah and Ortiz, concerning the continuation of the Health Equity Commission and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendment to Senate Bill 151.
Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. The House made an adjustment to the repeal date, and I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 151. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 151.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 151. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 151 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Exum, consideration of governor's appointments, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Member of the University of Colorado Hospital Authority Board of Directors, Lynette Crowe Iverson from the 5th Congressional District for a term effective November 3rd, 2022 and continuing until May 31st, 2025, or until a successor is appointed by the Board of Regents appointed. Member of the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise for a term expiring May 15th, 2025, John Alford of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a member employed by Safety Net Hospital in Colorado, occasioned by the resignation of Barbara Carveth of Arvada, Colorado, appointed member of the State Board of Health effective March 2nd, 2023 for a term expiring March 1st, 2027. Lisa Neal Graves of Parker, Colorado, to serve as a resident of the 4th Congressional District and as a Democrat reappointed, members of the State Agricultural Commission for terms expiring March 1st, 2027. Catherine Bedell of Grand Junction, Colorado, to serve as a member at large reappointed. Colleen Pepler of Platteville, Colorado, to serve as a member at large reappointed. Elena Terracul of La Jara, Colorado, to serve as a member of Agricultural District 3 appointed. Harrison Top of Hotchkiss, Colorado, to serve as a member at large appointed. Jeffrey McCullough of Monte Vista, Colorado, to serve as a member of Agricultural District 3 appointed.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of all the appointments listed on the consent calendar, which includes the member of the University of Colorado Hospital Authority Board of Directors, the member of the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise, the member of the State Board of Health, and the members of the State Agricultural Commission.
Is there any discussion? The motion is the confirmation of all of the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the appointments are confirmed. Signing of bills.
April 24, 2023, the President has signed House Bill 1015, 1094, 1219, and House Joint Resolution 1021.
Announcements. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, you should have got repassed out. As you know, my office and my colleagues were doing a children's toy donation drive for the Colorado Children's Hospital Mental Health Center. You should have got the QR code. We've extended the deadline. It's more of a guide than a deadline of the 21st. We've extended it to next Friday, the 29th. If you have any new toys or anything we can give to the young children, would appreciate them. They can go to my office, which is over here off the side in room 249. Thank you for any donations given.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 3 announcements. The first is Wednesday is Denim Day, where everyone should wear jeans and donate some money to the Colorado Association Against Sexual Assault and Violence, and I'm doing that with the good Senator from Greeley, and I want to thank you for doing that. So be ready to wear your denim on Wednesday. Also on Wednesday, the Butterfly Pavilion is going to be here, which is the only accredited invertebrate zoo in the world. And they're bringing many of their invertebrate animals and having breakfast by the old Supreme Court. And we will have some special guests on the floor on Wednesday as well. And then for Transportation and Energy, we will be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment today to hear bills 1276, 1102, 1216, and 1161.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an announcement. Senate Education Committee will be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment, room 357. We're hearing 5 bills. Senate Bill 281, House Bill 1263, House Bill 1212, Senate Bill 293, and House Bill 1231. 15 minutes upon adjournment. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the Senate Judiciary Committee will be meeting in our normal meeting place. We're back in the old Supreme Court. We'll be meeting today 15 minutes upon adjournment, which I anticipate will be between 3:55 and 4 o'clock. For those of y'all who are following along, we do have a number of changes to the calendar, and so I am going to read the bills that we will be taking up today. We'll hear in the following order the following bills: 1032, 1178, 1155, and then 1192. We will be laying over House Bill 1019, the House Concurrent Resolution 1001, and House Bill 1205. And so I look forward to seeing you all today in the old Supreme Court in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a heads up that the Appropriations Committee will meet Wednesday morning, likely 8:30, potentially 8:45, or we might not. But I do want to announce that we will be meeting on Wednesday, just in case we do decide to meet on Wednesday. That is currently the plan. I just wanted to make sure that that was properly noticed for those who care. And I don't believe there are any Sabbaths between now and then.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is only 2 more Bible studies left in this session. Tomorrow morning, 7:15, downstairs in 109. Come on down. We'll feed you a little breakfast, and then we'll feed your soul. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a birthday today. And we had cupcakes for that birthday. And I think really the only way to repay is to sing. So will the Senate choir, whoever considers themselves to be part of the Senate choir, let's sing happy birthday to Cindy, everybody. All right, everybody. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cindy. Happy birthday to you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is truly the least we can do for someone who does so much for us. Happy birthday, Cindy.
Further announcements. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing no further announcements, I move that the Senate recess until 4 p.m. today. Colleagues, you do not need to return. We will be just reading bills across the desk.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will recess until 4 p.m. today.